Uh, uh, uh. Welcome to a very serious episode going over Nick Carbongo's totally not revisionist history of the SSPX. I mean, I'll share the link in the dumb Discord. Here, view on YouTube, copy link. Thank you, my niece, for
Have to
being.
go too.
There we go. We are live on the Selahcast. Dogpiling on SSPX Revisionists. There we go. Okay, fine. We'll start the video because this just looks
This
so
is the
holy,
light
bro.
which shall give revelation.
It's Fulton
The
Sheen.
mystery of God in the world, the salvation of the world.
Dude, that's how you know you're in LARP land already.
Hey, when I come back, I'll go.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Jordan Pacheco. This is the Glad Trad podcast, back after a bit of a hiatus. Sorry, English is very difficult. Happy Easter tide, Christus resurrexit, and what?
Hey man, English is really difficult. I'm Jordan Pacheco. You know, I struggle with that too, as you know, John Jacob, Jingle Minor Smith. I too struggle with the English language, so we have something in common already. This guy's
You're just
really
a Polish immigrant, so it's understandable.
That's fair.
It's a better way to celebrate than having our very good friend Nick Cavazos, the traditional Thomist, back on the channel and back at it again.
By the way, look how skinnier he looks. It was fat. He's become fat ever since he made started making content.
Indeed. I am overwhelmed that we are together doing stuff again. I still think that your channel is by far the best Catholic content, and I'm not just saying that because you signed a contract. He didn't. I'm just kidding. But but generally, I love just like putting it on, like your long, just absolute college dissertations on a particular subject of the liturgy, of the society, of grace, of any of these things. Like, I'm glad that I know you now. So when you start your own theological institute, I'm going to be more easily poached to
Selah, the theological institute that never happened. Thomism for the win. I think what was it? Seti P said this best last night. John Jacob. He was like, yeah, you will know us Thomists. No, we know Thomists by their love for one another. Just like the Bible says.
Are you gonna join the institute? I know you're a huge Thomist.
That's right, big Thomist, just like everybody else. I mean, that's why I personally became SSPX, so that I could cope and seethe about Thomas Aquinas and claim that he clearly never ever said canonizations are infallible. As Nick Carbongo will blow our fucking minds, blow our minds on this show.
Yeah, you know, so.
Well, I appreciate it because, you know, it's interesting. I feel like I'm honestly...
Selah, just make sure. I don't sound like Nick Carbongo's, do I? Is my voice really
not really, no.
Okay, is it more masculine or just pretty much just typical Midwesterner voice?
It's just like a typical just typical voice.
Yeah, that's good. I was about to say.
Like it's interesting because it's like
we'll say this.
He's far more whiny
like these dissertations.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think the big thing for me was I think the art of manliness. You know, that gay, effeminate Freemason has a good point that if you like talk more confidently when I like talk loud, you know, and I don't do the whole mumbly bumbly thing I do at work or any job for that matter, that I do sound way less gay. Like I don't even know how you get this voice, and I'll let you know. Nick Carbongo's is from Austin, Texas, and was homeschooled there.
Yeah, I mean he has a very just typical like nerdy voice, and then like his accent, he just has like a typical general American accent.
I was about to say, he doesn't have a Texan accent. Like, I am more Texan than Nick Carbongo.
Well, a lot of regional accents are dying out, so it's not surprising.
I know, but it's like super duper gay that like he is the guy who was trying to be a Texas nationalist until, you know, that didn't pick up for groypers. So he like switched his plane, was like, the government, not my state, needs to come down on the immigrants. And then his like next video was the Michael J. Matt, like, you know, sucking on the big whatever of how great it is that Trump is, you know, doing this thing.
To my audience, I'm surprised.
And this is old
people
content,
show up
so
for
this
how
is
long they are, because it's like, come on, you could be watching so many other things. that where the YouTuber comes in screaming at you and they're jumping out of planes.
Like, look at that. Nick Carbongos didn't understand YouTube. Selah, I'm sorry. He didn't understand YouTube is supposed to be drama and rants, and that's how you create entertainment. And that YouTube encourages that. And, of course, the best Selahcasts have been whenever the heck Nick Carbongos just sounds really stupid, and it's, like, really easy to pick on, like this. Like, this is weird to me that Nick Carbongos, back when he wasn't fat, was self-aware on the fact that he was, that it doesn't really matter that people watch your content, That's weird to me, Luno. Sorry, John Jacob, my bad. Like this whole self-reflection is wild. Yeah, I don't know, man. Is Jordan wearing a hat? What a pleasant surprise, or a halo. Good point, Cat Gans.
Yeah.
Or eating
That's
an
right.
entire mile of
Yeah,
pizza.
I guess when I have my phone closed, you can't hear my mic, so I have to open up my phone.
Yeah,
so you can
I'll
hear.
tell you, StreamYards, unless you have the app on the mobile, is kind of just dodgy. You have to leave it open on Samsung. It's a very crappy feature of Samsung's that there's no StreamYards app on like the Google Play Store. Very stupid.
Watching me as I'm just like going
I had to
line
learn
by
that a while
line
ago.
through, what does the Pascal mystery mean or something? And the fact that you decided to watch is like amazing. And so I'm glad they did that.
Like, look at this. Nick Carbongos is like, wow, I'm so happy that I get viewers. I'm actually happy now. I'm not fat. I'm not consumed by the YouTuber belly that for some reason everybody gets when they ask for money, including Sede Picante. Yeah.
personally, I don't think I'm the best, but I'll take
Selah, I don't think I'm the best. That's crazy, man.
Personally, I think I'm the best.
That's good. No, I think I'm the best. I am the best. We are the best Selahcast, though. We can at least say we're the #1 Selahcast in the world. We did triumph over the dumb Protestant church that called itself Selahcast only a year prior to me and Phil inventing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think my total views are something like 3,000 because of the 150 episodes. It's somewhere up there because you just build. I mean, currently right now it's 666 viewers, which is kind of funny, but that's besides the point.
the compliment. So
it would be a problem, I suppose, if you did, or maybe that would just be false humility. I don't know. I think it's because there's such a hunger for the truth for Catholics, which leads us into our topic today.
I'm so
Actually,
hungry. The hunger for the truth, or just hunger for food. Catholics, your thoughts, John Jacob?
I think gluttony is the greatest sin dealing with the Catholic Church. Look at all the fat people in your local church.
I know it's kind of disgusting because those people are the ones who preach about my modesty. It's like, yeah, no one wants to be scandalized by looking at that fat body of yours, and we're just so desensitized to fat bodies that we're like, oh man, 300-pound man is totally normal.
Yeah, it's like I don't
absolutely hate that Americans are labeled as that. It's a worldwide issue.
Well, it is a worldwide issue, but it's especially a big issue in Anglo countries. Like the US, Canada, and the UK are some of the fattest countries in the world.
Yeah. I just don't understand. Some people just need some anorexia in their life, anorexic extremism toward themselves.
So we have on.
I mean, look at this guy Jordan Pacheco. He looks fat. That's like Nick Carbongo's middle tier fatness, and he only gets bigger.
Channel, and you have.
I forgot. I don't remember the exact quote, but Kanye once made a tweet where it's just like, fat people are like sexual harassers because every time I see a fat bitch, I feel like I'm being sexually harassed.
That's real.
Dread SSPX and the evil Marcel Lefebvre, Archbishop. How dare he? And part of it is not because you attend with the society. I think you attend on Sundays with the society.
Hey,
correct?
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think Lefebvre thinks about the statue that they put out of him at St. Mary's?
Dude, I don't know what to think of that. That's like such a stupid thing because they asked for the money, and I can sound like a turbo. I sound like I am a turbo resistance believer. I think Williamson's right, and I do think the resistance priests have a point that they wasted a crap ton of money on an ugly altar and a bunch of other stupid, superficial things that weren't required.
Well,
And you know,
it's
on a
like the
serious
rant.
note, this goes back to Saint Bridget.
The altar wise, it's like the rant I told you. It's like that altar makes no sense. Like, oh, but like
Well,
that's the ancient tradition of a freestanding altar. Then why have the high altars around it?
it's for the future Novus Ordo. They're going to start saying at Saint Mary's. Don't you know?
Real.
Uncharitable. That's the red pill. It's not a bad thing, guys. Come on, SSPX. This is not a bad thing that we're cucking to Rome and that things are worse, and we're trying to do even more dialogue with Rome. Clearly, Pagliarani has this under control. Trust the plan. Trust the plan.
Yeah, so I'll attend. I have essentially two options around me. So I have a diocesan cathedral, which is built in a like 1850s, absolutely gorgeous, and then there's also a Society of St. Pius X chapel.
Selah, I just want to say that the fact that, you know, in 10 years, the SSPX has turned into their own parishioners who claim to be defending them, actually publicly admitting that they would go to the diocesan Latin Mass, not as oh, well, it's shorter or better timed, but instead because prettier and it's the same thing, is like the greatest reputation of this guy's entire argument is the fact that he just said that. Because that is not what the 1980s and 90s were for. And as you know, the diocesan Latin masses, and I mean, yes, the SSPX too, are known for like liturgical abuse, which is just wonderful. Because we all know liturgical abuse, as long as it's done in the TLM, is perfectly fine and not a grave evil that will have God casting hell from the heavens.
Just custom.
My bad. It's just liturgical customers. I didn't think about that. Liturgical customers. That's what the ICKSP is. It's liturgical customer service.
No.
You're cutting out. You're cutting in and out. I don't know what happened. You sound like me on Selahcast 1 and 2. By the way, thanks for sticking around, kick hands. Yeah, you're cutting in and out. Give me a second. All right. Yeah, well, my SSPX has a grunt. I don't care. Yeah, I mean, Saint Bridget was revealed by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in literally a apparition message, whatever you want to call it. That God doesn't care for these big cathedrals. God cares more for, like, you know, how many people you can fit in there, and building a really simple cathedral that pretty much is, you know, a mission chapel.
I like how I left as soon as you said that. Thanks for sticking around. That's just funny.
Yeah. But Saint Bridget was told by God that the churches should not have high ceilings and should focus more on the amount of parishioners they can fit.
Yeah.
Crazy,
well, okay. Yeah, you know something I was just thinking about the other day? Another reason not to have a massive church. All right. So let me ask you, John. During the low masses, how loudly should a priest speak?
I go by what that one guy said in his apologetics videos as an SSPX and like Coptic Orthodox, you know, bipolar guy, who pretty much said they're supposed to be shouting certain parts of the TLM depending on the cathedral.
So
which is crazy. I know, crazy. Actually,
the standard. Yeah, the standards according to the liturgist is that they should speak. They shouldn't speak as loud as a high mass, but still loud enough that most people in the church can hear them.
I have to ask them, where did the whole like thing about playing the organ? Is that just during the silent canon of the mass?
Playing the organ? That's just,
you know what I'm talking about. Organs during the low mass.
Yeah, I'm saying that's just a thing people started doing. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. People just started doing that. But yeah, so like the principle is that they should speak loud enough that most people in the church can hear them. What happens when you have a church that's massive? What happens when you don't shout in a massive church? Oh, most people still can't hear you.
Wait a second. Are you trying to tell me they're supposed to be saying high masses and solemn high masses in cathedrals? No way. That's uncharitable. Anyway, we shall skip over the entire St. Norbert history about how St. Norbert was the saint who restored the greatness of the high mass in the church and basically was trying to get rid of the practice of low masses. I mean, surely low mass culture is base. That's why the Pope condemned it. Whoop-de-doo, we love the low mass at the SSPX, full on a literal cathedral.
Didn't you watch the Christian Wagner video? The low mass culture is actually good.
No, it's cringe and gay, and was condemned. And it's why we have the high masses solves all the problems with all the boomers who would bitch and moan about not united enough with the mass. It's like, no, you're supposed to have a solemn high mass with the bishops. You're supposed to have high masses with everybody else. And the reason why Padre Pio masses were slow was not because he said a low mass.
Wait, hold on.
Slow.
Slight correction for you. You're supposed to have a solemn high mass with everyone and a pontifical high mass with the bishops. The solemn high mass was the standard. The high mass itself is a relatively new thing.
Oh. Explain how that works, because I don't. Are they supposed to do a solemn high mass every Sunday? I thought that was what it was. That's my general.
Yeah. So the
my general inference.
Yes. So the standard high mass that you see that's used now was basically a compromise between the high mass and the low mass. Basically, they're just like, okay, we want to do a high mass, but we can't get all the deacon and a subdeacon, so we'll create this chanted mass that the priest does that's somewhere in between a solemn high mass and a low mass. That's where the high mass comes in, and that came about later. Originally, it was just a solemn high mass and the pontifical mass. Then you got the low mass, and then you got the standard sung mass.
Yeah. There's also the fact that a low mass wouldn't make sense if we just still had iconostasis.
Yeah.
You know, something that exists in some churches is that the tradition of how we built churches in the past just makes low mass culture make no sense except on side altars. Like, it would be, low masses are made for the Mary Mass. You know, the votive mass that priests used to say daily for laity on a Marian side altar? You know, that thing? That, like, the solatity, sorry, I don't know how to say that word. Solatity.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but however you pronounce that word, the low mass is supposed to be for votive masses and like confraternity masses and like third order masses or private masses in a monastery. Pretty much like if you're in a group, that's what it's for.
Yeah.
Like, and by the way, high masses in smaller churches are pretty because you get to be closer to the altar. Like, who doesn't want to be closer to the Eucharist? I mean, like, seriously, like, all the saints talked about this, and it's like, no, whoop-de-doo, we want to create this big, massive church that everybody's far away from the altar, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, that's great in the Rome with multiple, acolytes and different sub roles for the supreme pontiff's mass with multiple people on different steps. But as soon as you get rid of that, there's literally no reason for how Rome is built without the solemn pontifical mass of the papal high mass. It makes no sense unless you bring in all those rubrics with the way it's built. Like the papal solemn high mass makes sense of the altar they have, but you get rid of that. There's no reason for all those steps and stuff. Those are made for multiple different roles. At the end of the day, like a patriarchal high mass, I guess, could exist because of the Latin patriarch of Jerusalem. I would assume there's something similar to the papal mass there. I don't know, maybe. Huh. No,
I mean, ultimately, the pontifical mass is the ultimate form of the mass, and that should be done at the cathedral. Every week.
Cathedral.
And then the solemn high mass is the highest form of the mass that a priest can do, and that should also be done every week, and more if possible. Like at my old church, there was one point where we were doing the solemn high mass every day. I forget for what octave it was, but we did it every single
Probably the
day.
Christmas octave. Probably the
No,
Christmas octave.
it wasn't.
If you don't remember, I don't know.
It was before Christmas. I don't remember exactly what.
Maybe the Feast of Christ the King in like October. I forget what the traditional one is and what the newer one is. Like 1962.
It may have been in October. I can't remember. But yeah, we did a freaking solemn high mass every single day. We had a Dominican priest who would travel out and he would function as the deacon for us, and we did it every day.
Yeah, but that's just too much for our SSPX, and the fact that the CMRI already does the high mass thing at many of their parishes, and even their mission chapels probably have more high masses than the SSPX does is just a big coincidence. I mean, I understand at the CMRI mission why we didn't have a high mass, and that's literally because the people driving there, except when the nuns visited, probably don't know how to chant a high mass. Like, I understand that, serving a low mass is easy, but when you have like a steady flow of parishioners who've been around for a while, you would think at some point they'd like bring an either a lay brother of the SSPX, like the brothers of the SSPX, who have an acolyte function, like we know what's his face, who writes the one press, what's his name? Who's maybe I don't agree with on Sede stuff.
Oh,
what's his face?
Tafari?
Louis Verrecchio. Louis Tafari, who's the former SSPX brother.
Yeah. Well,
that's the big thing for me. It's like the SSPX. I really wonder if low mass culture picked up after 2013, but that just sounds way too nice.
I mean, I would say the SSPX has had low mass culture for a while.
What would be funny is if we found that the SSPX Resistance does more high masses at their mission chapels.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
We should do a research on numbers and do statistics and figure out if Williamson's groups are more likely to do high mass.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, I get the SSPX is spread out, but like when you have multiple priests at your freaking chapel, why aren't you doing more high masses? Why don't you ever do a solemn high mass?
You don't need a schola for a solemn high mass because you already have the deacon and the subdeacon and the priest.
Like how many at St. Vincent? How many priests do they have?
Multiple, and don't forget they have a whole school that literally trains schola every week. A dedicated school schola that could show up every day.
But yeah, my point is like they have enough priests that they can have a deacon and a subdeacon.
I know, but they just can't because it's.
And how many priests are over in St. Mary's?
Plenty.
I've never heard of them doing this all high mass.
Low mass culture, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Which
qualifies for that as far as sin is concerned.
Oh, real quick. Another thing. Why do they barely ever do the freaking what's it called? The sprinkling of the holy water. Like
I have no clue on that. I don't know why we never had the Asperges.
Asperges.
They even did that at the CMRI Mission Chapel.
Dude, my old church, we did the Asperges every single high mass unless there was something that had to be done before the mass.
No, St. Vincent's is the only but and a couple other SSPXs I've gone to just for some reason don't have it. I don't know why.
I've seen it done. Yeah, I've seen it done at St. Vincent's like 2-3 times. The first time I went there, I was confused.
By one priest. It's only Father Mouche. That's it.
Like I was legit confused the first time I went there. Like, is there something in the season you're not supposed to do asperges? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's freaking weird. Disinformation on the SSPX.
Notes and click up AI note taker. For you. It allows you to focus on your meetings.
Don't learn to skim.
You do where it's they kind of all work together. They're all part of the same group, and so they will very much so kind of try to put down or demonize groups that are against them. Not totally, right? You're going to definitely see people who are going to stand out in that. So I don't want it to be like I am painting a broad brush or making it a complete statement. This is just my observations. So you see that a little bit, and so a lot of people fall into that and say, well, such and such podcast said this, or such and such author said this, and so therefore,
And therefore, we should disregard what the SSPX podcast says with priests and approvals and blah, 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 because Nick Arbongos is here to tell us that you're allowed to go to your diocesan landmass. And that's totally what the SSPX position was for 30 years. I mean, can we just admit
it's always been?
I don't know.
No, it's always been the same.
You're right. My bad.
Seems a little weird. So I think there's a lot of people who just suffer from disinformation. A whole lot of people don't even know about it. That's the thing, because it's
we too clearly don't.
We again in
just
the traditional world kind of live in some
Sorry, Kick-Ins, you're just a big dummy.
Oftentimes, whenever I'm talking to Catholics, mass, you run into people who say like, "Oh, that's the thing," or they'll say, "Is that just the
big dummy SSPXers, man?"
Well, like my position is like, I'll say you could go to whatever, but it's like if somebody said no, you shouldn't go to your diocesan mass, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'm not going to argue with them.
No, I'm not going to argue with either. I was like, I've heard heresy at the Independence Latin Mass when I went there for the diocesan. Like, that guy does not speak it very well. Good matter. Like, he sucked it. His homiletic sucked. Like, they were confusing and basically not clear at all. Like, that's like SSP. Oh, but John, it's not that bad. And it's like, yeah, compared to stuff I heard in the Novus Ordo, it's not that bad. But that's not what the SSPX stood for.
New Mass, but in Latin.
We're at least better than most Novus Ordos.
So I think that those people, but I'm thinking that today you're seeing an increasing amount of people on YouTube and online particularly, who I've seen people label, and I think that this is fair, like the post-trads, so people who maybe...
What's the simple reality?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I have always hated the term post-trad so much. It's like, you need your modernist.
I honestly think that, to be fair to some... So it's like, first off, I'm not an SSPX partisan. And what I mean by that is it's like, I'm a partisan of traditional Catholicism. And so I'm very much a Unite the Clans kind of Catholic when it comes to
Unite the Clans? Is that a right-wing dog whistle?
That's right. Friggin' Unite the Clans. Come on, we gotta unite the clans. Michael J. Matt said so. We're in the catacombs. We're being oppressed, but we're not. And Medchad, our favorite gay Italian, is like, I see my FSSP is based because my priest, I haven't asked them what their opinion on Vatican II is yet. But you dang SSPX rads are just a bunch of heretics. Like my base FSSP.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me this rad trad Burkite is calling the SSPX rad trads?
Yeah, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on? Which side are you on?
And so I'm just defending them because I don't think they're done fairly. But I don't think that there's a lot of I don't think a lot of SSPX apologists get hardballed. And so let's take this on. So when it comes to the question of are they sedevacantists? Is the Pope an anti-Pope? So I'd say that if someone asks this question, if they're asking it, I would say maybe they're just misinformed. If they're asserting it, then they're deceived. And
yeah, thank you, Nick Carbongos. I'm so glad that the SSPX sedevacantists. We're gonna be Nick Carbongos and publicly just claim that that's just one big misinformation. I mean, it's purely a coincidence that Bishop Pawa did this whole interview talking about the fact that when he was ascetic, which, by the way, John Jacob, was verified by Antonio knowing this priest.
Oh, really?
And he was scandalized, and this is what made him a fraternity, the Freemason Society of Sanhedrin Pharisees. I don't know if
is that what pushed him?
Yeah, is Sanhedrin Pharisee what would the word be? Is that like a self-contradicting pair? No, it's not. No, Pharisees. No.
Oh, Pharisees.
I was about to say Sanhedrin Pharisees, FSSP. Oh wait, no, because the Sanhedrin were the top Pharisees. I forgot, man. The Freemason Society of Sanhedrin Pharisees.
They're just lying. So the reality is this: what are these positions? So the SSPX was founded in 1970.
Oh boy, I'm excited for this.
Can you fact check?
Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, who,
no,
if you want to know more about, I'd like to give a quick biography. was a French bishop born in the 1920s, I believe, and
This guy is
was,
just making
came from an
crap
exceedingly holy family, a very large family. I think it was 6 or 7
True.
children,
That
most
one's
of which
true.
became priests and religious. His parents were
Can you fact
exceptionally
check?
godly. His
Yeah, we're
father
fact
was
checking.
godly. His mother was saintly.
I have read the biography. I can say this part is fact check verified by Selah sources.
Did the biography use the word saintly and godly like he does?
They
His
may
mother
have
died
in the
with
forward.
the stigmata.
I was about to say his mother's definitely holy, and I remember some people were mocking that book, and it's like it's written before Lefebvre does anything. Like that's a Franciscan Third Order history that talks about Gabrielle Lefebvre. She's like way before 1960s that she already passed. So anybody who claims that stuff is fake, it's just super duper
on
camping.
her deathbed, whispering that Archbishop Lefebvre was unique and that he would basically be somebody who would impact the church in a great way. And he went to the Roman seminary in France, or excuse me, in Rome. It was a French seminary. In Rome. And this was under the time of Pope Pius XI, if my memory serves correct. He had received communion under Pope Pius X at the age of 7.
I need to brush my teeth.
What's it called?
The Dayquil is affecting my
first communion. He went to the French seminary because the French diocesan world, just like the German diocesan world and the Northern European countries at the time, I say that for a reason, they were already becoming liberal, right? So you have to understand France, they had suffered the
Italians
amount of
Yep, no problems in Italy, man. Come on. Keep falling.
French Catholics persecution.
John the 23rd was secretly based
with the French Revolution in 1789. And essentially since then, it was absolutely horrible, but you saw great French saints rise up, whether that be one of my personal favorites, Saint Jean Vianney, or Saint Therese of Lisieux, many other great saints. And he went to Rome at the bidding of his parents because Rome had a great traditional seminary that taught papal encyclicals, taught Thomism, right, which was essentially the standard text, if you will, of Catholic theology at the time. And
and look how it ended up.
Argue still is and ought to be. And he went.
Ooh, did you see that? Ooh, ought to be. Ooh, Nick Carbongo, spicy.
Learned many great things, and upon arrival and upon his first classes,
and the Thomists were like, middle knowledge is occultic. Welcome.
I switched over to my computer.
Yeah.
It was widely reported that he
totally
said,
restore the church.
I did not know I was a liberal until I came to Rome. He was so influenced by French liberalism that he, even as an example, thought that there was there should be a separation of church and state, and he found out we have the teachings of
Lefebvre already over,
and subsequent popes Leo XIII.
That's so sad. Lefebvre was
he ends up becoming
already.
A great priest. He ends up going and becoming a missionary with the Holy Ghost Father in the 1930s and 40s, if memory serves correct. Eventually gets ordained.
I'm so glad Nick Carbongo skipped over the fact that Lefebvre was trained by one of the better ultramontanists of the time. I'm just so glad he skipped over that, because that would mean that Lefebvre believed in Vatican I, and we can't have that here. Can we, Selahcast? We can't have that. We all know Vatican I was the real Vatican II documents. I got to cope and see, then go back to it. It clearly says all is infallible except the things the SSPX said isn't. That's actually a loophole in Vatican I, if you didn't know.
A bishop, a bishop, de Leonard, who ends up being a very liberal bishop, actually, at the time of Vatican II.
Yes, and accused of being a Freemason by Mel Gibson's father, if I recall correctly.
Becomes the apostolic delegate for all.
And there's some schizos who claim that guy is proof Lefebvre was invalid because he was a Freemason and Lefebvre was a Freemason. Mel Gibson Sr. says so therefore it's true. And literally no one else says this. I like the fact that this guy knew less about Lefebvre than I have, and I haven't even read about Lefebvre in probably before this podcast.
French-speaking Africa, which for those of you suffering.
And Pius XII almost made him a cardinal. And Cardinal Sarah actually went to the Holy Ghost Seminary before transferring to Rome while the council was going on. And that's why the first 4 years of Sarah's training was philosophically true, and then he proceeded to go to Vatican II Rome. So He's a bit, schizo.
From public school education. Go check it out on a map, because French-speaking Africa was not just like, hey, this little town here. It was a good chunk of northern Africa.
Man, I'm loving Jordan Pacheco's nodding his head. Yeah, man. I didn't even know about this stuff, man.
Madagascar, large swaths of Africa, right, during the colonization process. And when we look at statistics, the vocations were just off the chart. He was converting essentially the Islamic world for Christ in North Africa. It was absolutely phenomenal.
Whoa.
This freaking ad keeps popping up. I hate these AI apps. They're so gay.
While he was in the bush, right?
Just
while
get the
he was
AI
in Africa, the one benefit that
Hutton
gave
Gibson was based.
Since he had this missionary zeal and this great,
even if he wasn't right about everything,
he was really protected, because back home, right across the Mediterranean Sea, you have the beginnings of subversion.
Honestly, Hutton Gibson reminds me of like Malachi Martin. You can basically say the same thing.
Going on with French bishops already allowing and permitting their
I called him
to
Mel
celebrate
Gibson
the traditional
Senior.
mass facing the people. Communion in the hand was being illegally experimented, very much so against the wishes of Pope Pius XII. You saw, of course, World War II raging on and things like that.
Hell no.
When the war was over, he was actually brought back to France and actually put in charge of a small little like rinky-dink diocese out in the middle of nowhere. So that by the time the Vatican II started, he was actually asked by Pope Pope John the 23rd to become a member of the preparatory committee
which means that Archbishop Lefebvre was a dumbass who did the thing, and they just he didn't know any theology. He was actually theologically ignorant. He just cared about saving souls, man.
To write the schemato or the preparatory documents for Vatican II. And you can just
and we're going to completely skip about the history of Father Dupas, which is the Peritus for Cardinal Oliviani, because you mention him, you make the SSPX look inconsistent.
There was many great theologians, right? Like, for instance, everyone knows, I think, that's involved with this debate. The head of the Holy Office, right? Cardinal Ottaviani.
Once again, his Peritus was Father Dupas.
You also had Sebastian Trump. You even had you had a lot of great Thomistic thinkers.
Wait.
Theologians at the time.
Sebastian who?
And you can actually read most of these documents. But
Let me go back.
Sebastian Trump. You even had
Sebastian Trump. I don't know who that is. That's just something new to me.
Network goes deep.
That's right. Trump was. By the way, who gave Samuel Heidecker a freaking admin
That's me.
status?
That's me.
Nice.
That's my YouTube channel.
Yeah, Saint Therese is John's favorite. That's true. That is true.
You had a lot of great Thomistic
Selahcast already knows
theologians
that.
at the time. And you can actually read most of these documents, by the way, these preparatory documents. You can go, I think it's on Unum Sanctum Catholicum's website. You can go and read basically what we could have had. And
Nick Carbongos doesn't like it because it says no more Trunies.
They are just fantastic documents. As someone now who's studying pre-conciliar theology full-time in the context of my own education.
I'm so glad it suited him so well, because as Selahcast viewers know, Catholic. Yeah, Matthew, all about St. John Vianney. I like St. John Theophane Bernard too. St. John Theophane Bernard's like underrated because he's like St. Therese's favorite. St. Therese's favorite inspiration that she stole the little flower from. Well, she didn't steal it, but it's passed on. Yeah, this is just an autistic monologue, not a conversation. I mean, that's Selahcast for you too. So that's your fault for watching. No go authority.
These things line up so well. They were so clear. They were perfect documents, and
everything was perfect way back then.
They addressed things like,
that's
worldwide
true. That was her claim to fame. Yeah,
communism, right? Naturalism,
inspiration,
divorce. They were talking about these things that were pertinent other times.
Does the little flower prove that IP law is fake?
That's true.
They were also, even on areas where they were not maybe so much jabbing,
funny.
They were very clearly stating that
they weren't jabbing. They were right crossing. Am I right, guys? They were left hooks. Yeah.
there's two sources of revelation, scripture and tradition, Scripture is inerrant in all parts. Things along that
nature.
the same.
What?
Wait, said AP could not have been a Catholic if that was dogmatized. I heard that guy say, "Oh yeah, Scripture is really like contradicting and stuff, dude." What about the two lights, dude? I can't understand it at all. I'm said AP and I'm stupid. Please say you're watching this said AP and get mad, please.
John, you don't understand. It can't be the sun because they mentioned two lights.
Yeah, the sun and the moon. No, you're wrong.
No, the sun and moon weren't created until after. That can't be the sun and the moon.
Yes, I'm 17. I refuse to accept that things don't require philosophy to understand Bible, and then I somehow don't even understand it after that. I mean, truly, applause. Yeah, exactly, Ken. Said AP, please join so you can get mad at us. That's all Selahcast exists for.
Tradition does include the liturgy, right? Oftentimes,
everything with the liturgy was perfect.
The liturgy is just small T tradition. That's actually not what the preconciliar doctrines teach at all.
By the way, I'm loving the fact that this, by the way, is the response to SSPX instead of a contest.
Vatican II shows up.
Oh, that's what this is response to?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, this is the response. Right, we're still listening.
Are you struggling in your calculus class?
No, I wasn't. No. I was not.
Archbishop
I got it. I will have Selahcast know that I got a B+ after my dad taught me the whole semester in one day. Because calculus is not that hard to learn if you're on Ritalin, allegedly. So I've heard.
Did not want him to go and serve under or get trained under.
Specifically on
the German bishops forecast for later.
By the way, that's fucking right. That's the stupidest. I just realized that's
in our own time, right? And
what the heck was this?
German bishops.
Watch this.
Forecast for later in our own time, right?
And then he gives Nick Carbongos the fucking eyebrow raise. That's the the gayest thing I've ever seen. I thought we were bad, and then this guy's like giving the Nick Carbongos the flirty eyebrows. What the hell, man?
And most of these
oh, guys, I'm so interested, man. Keep talking.
Northern European Alliance style bishops basically ran roughshod in many parts of the council. And long story short, right, he his side basically didn't win out. So what ended up happening is that in 1970.
Selah, what does this have to do with sedevacantism?
17, he was retiring, and he was asked to found basically a priestly formation.
You gotta understand the background before we could get to it.
Program.
You're right.
By some seminarians who were just talking about the insanities.
Now, we like to talk about the original seminarians of Archbishop Lefebvre. I just want to get the list because I forget if the sedes are in it. I actually need to confirm this because I don't remember if they came in later or original SSPX seminarians, the OGs. I just don't remember who started it. Like,
by the way, I want to make an announcement so that everybody knows. I want everybody to remember that the moral issues in the church are just caused by the liturgical issues. That's why the SSPX is so good. They never have any moral issues because they have proper liturgy. It's not like if the people who did the Protestant Reformation had proper liturgy. It's not like if the people who did Vatican II had proper liturgy. If only they had good liturgy back then, none of this would have happened.
That's right. If only they had the Novus Ordo. I mean, the Latin Mass, man.
I'm
trying to find the SSPX first seminarians. I don't know if they actually allow you to see it, but
I doubt
who are the first ones? Because I know the American. Okay, so in all honesty, the American seminary is where we get majority of our sedes, because that's pretty much the group that became all sedes. Was the American SSPX seminary, headed up by who was it? Bishop, I think Kelly. Yeah, I think it was Kelly. And then Deloriers is the guy in France who forms the Fraternity of St. Vincent Ferrer. And then Castro de Meyer is in Brazil. And Castro de Meyer is why the sedes went and got consecrated by a Took bishop. Because Castro de Meyer was like, if you can't trust Deloriers to have valid consecration from Took, you can't trust anybody.
Mind you, this
But
is
hey, I mean, the
1970. This is
Took bishops are really, really controversial, and us in the SSPX would have you know that Took was crazy. That's why Castro de Meyer said, "Go get consecrated by him," because Castro de Meyer, you see, was actually based, but he was also cringe. We here at SSPX live in La La Land, bipolar, cannot decide whether Castro de Meyer was on our side or not, depending on the argument. And we'll accept a Took priest when it suits us, but we won't if it doesn't, because we will write gossip blogs that are on tier with Selahcast to freaking, you know, we're really, really theological here. Yeah, they come later. You're right. But Bishop Kelly and I think Father Jenkins are like
5 years
super early
after
on.
the council, right? And we're already in absolute chaos where you're having to go and ask a retired person
Or
in
in Chows.
You know, it's just going absolutely insane. And so what ends up happening is he ends up setting up a seminary with full canonical approval.
Oh, wait, Father Jenkins is one of the first
the
people.
diocese of what eventually became Econ, Switzerland. And he set it up, full canonical establishment. Now, it's to be fair to opponents of the SSPX, this was something that was in ad experimentum that was going to eventually, right, phase out or continue upon further approval. So he does this. In 1974, you have 2 apostolic delegates sent from Pope Paul VI to look at the seminary. They go and they essentially give him a 98% approval rating, say, you know, you're absolutely doing great. They just did not like that he was saying the Tridentine Mass. And the reason that they even visited because
it wasn't about the doctrine, bro. It was about the Mass.
French bishops were starting to call him a wildcat seminary because he was taking all of their seminaries.
Yes, I'm sure.
Right? All of their
seminaries
were being drained, and they were all going to Econ. And he ended up being.
Don't forget the Norbertines were there too before they, you know, the ones in California that ZAP almost joined. I really wish he had. You know?
Scandalized by these 2 apostolic delegates,
he would not
and they, you know, were
saying think that's like, before his cringe
the
era.
resurrection of Christ very well could have not been literal, and we're going to marry clergy soon. So he ended up putting out a famous document saying, you know, we adhere to eternal Catholic Rome, and we reject neo-modernist Rome, and essentially that started this whole war.
And then 10 years later, he said, "We accept Rome, and we love you, and we accept you," and that's totally in line with the previous statement. He didn't change his mind ever, guys. Come on, everything must be read as if Lefebvre never changed his mind.
But what ended
people
up
don't change
is that
John.
over a period from 1974 to 1988, and this really pertains to your question about.
Oh, I'm loving the fact that he just hyper generalized 1974 to 1988. That's a really fair historical look into the SSPX. I mean, surely there's not this year called 1983 where, you know, Stedes left the SSPX and there was this like big deal that we just pretend never happened in America. I mean, certainly not. I mean, who believes in that? I mean, come on. We at Nick Carbongos doesn't do any research and goes to a diocesan Latin Mass and is defending the SSPX is here to tell us.
Set of acontism.
We don't know
is
anything.
That you see the Catholic Church absolutely
yeah, exactly. No,
and I think that this is
never made up his
that
mind.
People, especially trads, it's like, okay, yeah, I know that, right? But did you live it? Like, did you actually?
Did Nick Carbongos live it? That's what I want to know.
Yes.
It was like, I'm a Cradle Novus Ordo. I can say I've lived through the worst parts of the Novus Ordo. And, you know, it's been like,
John, shut up, John. He is just like Moses being shown visions of the world being created by God. He lived through it mystically.
That's right. No. He's just like Job. He suffered greatly researching this. It gave him a whole headache when he forgot to drink water yesterday.
Go through it.
So it was for 10 minutes.
Us living, right? Obviously not us two, but I would say a good chunk of the viewers have no clue what.
Too quiet. Turn your sound from 100% to 600% with Sound Pusher.
I need that. I need that for my already deaf ears.
Glories of pre-conciliar Catholicism.
600% volume.
Now, when I say that, I don't mean that everything was perfect. You see in the philosophy schools and theology schools already leading up to the council problems. The rot is there. You're starting to see issues.
Ooh, like the Father Jenkins interview with that Dominican priest who said in America that they were literally shuttling back in all the sodomites back into the clergy. I mean, in the 50s after they got kicked out. You know, Father, who still has a place in the Dominican order, by the way, and is still praised by the Midwest, which, by the way, is why, even as a Novus Ordo, I never ended up joining the Dominican Third Order, or sorry, not the Third Order, but the Confraternity of the Rosary. The SSPX wants you to join to be a Dominican Third Order. Yeah, I saw that and was like, huh, his stuff is still on here, including his book about why masturbation is good for the religious lay woman and man. Like, this guy is still upheld by the Dominican Central District of America. Great,
absolutely
wonderful.
But in a general sense, pre-conciliar Catholicism was absolutely
beautiful. John, real quick. You talk about the Dominicans. Did I ever tell you about the rant Nick went on talking about why the Dominicans are the only good order nowadays?
What's up with people named Nick being the stupidest motherfuckers I've ever met?
Yeah, he went on a whole. I don't remember the whole thing.
Wait a second. I can't say that. I'm kidding.
He was like, well, I was at this mass done by this Franciscan, and then like after the mass was over,
Dominican.
No, we were walking, and like he pulled out a cigar. I smoked a cigar. He's like, and you're telling me this is a Franciscan? Like, where is the poverty? Like that's why the Dominicans are so great, because they're the only ones that have stuck to their traditions. And
hey, have no fear. If you have a question, by the way, you need to clarify the fact that I'm a gay electrician, so I'm fulfilling my dreams. I work on cars and I do construction, electrician. So I'm basically a transgender, a blue collar. I'm pink and blue collar. I'll tell you what. My hands are pink from gripping things.
So many priests,
and I'm blue collared,
that they don't even know what to do with them. There was like 5 priests a parish. It was ridiculous. There was just so many vocations, so much fruit. And then it goes from that to 20 years later, where on Tuesdays Pope Paul VI is happy to go.
I wonder when they had 5 priests a parish, did they do the solemn high mass?
No, clearly they said the most reverent low mass ever on 5 different altars, because they're based. I'm kidding, by the way. I genuinely don't know.
His hand on a stack of like a complete desk full of papers, and basically laicize thousands of priests.
Which, by the way, Pope Paul VI was still a pope, and we will not mention Lefebvre's letter to Pope Paul VI, basically condemning him. And then St. Paul VI, sorry, not Saint, Pope Paul VI, totally valid pope, was like, I basically excommunicate you for saying any of this. We're just going to ignore the letter that Pope Paul VI said that Vatican II was infallible and binding on the SSPX. That never happened. We're not allowed to question that man's validity ever, 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 ever. Because, Rome was in turmoil. So how dare you make logical conclusion? It's a mystery.
Because they're all just applying to leave. So when you see this chaos, when you see the chaos of Assisi, which you're starting to see people online defend that now and make 12-hour-long videos trying to defend.
Yeah.
When you see when you see John Paul II kiss the Quran, when you see him say, "May St. John the Baptist bless Islam," when you see these types of statements,
they were all clearly papal statements that do not take away from the orthodoxy of the man saying it. That's our takeaway. So sorry, John Jacob. I just had to say that as an SSPX defender. They're totally valid, I swear.
Then you go back and you read the glories of Pius X, Pius XI,
and you're like, these contradict. All you say to yourself is, no, it's not that they're not popes. It's that there are popes, and we recognize the inconsistency and we resist by going straight to Rome to get recognition. That's right.
Pius XII. You see Lefebvre. He very clearly says there might be a place where a time when we have to ask ourselves the question: is the man on the see of Peter really the Pope?
Okay, so he admits that, but is he going to actually at all follow this logically that never changed, especially into the late 1990s? Well, sorry, early 1990s when Lefebvre passed. and wrote that nice little letter that's on drbo.org that says, warning to sedes. Oh, no, they're not Catholic, clearly. You're just dumb. Sedes aren't Catholic. Yes, Lefebvre, clearly, when he wrote a letter to sedes, claiming they were Catholic and said, R.I.P. to this English thesis guy who left our group and believed in Delorier's thesis and died in the 1985. And, Lefebvre celebrated a mass for his death. Clearly, Lefebvre was just an ecumenist and completely in line with the SSPX debate. He said mass for a non-Catholic Protestant who was sede. Wow.
And he very clearly states in these comments, he says, I am not speaking officially. I am just basically saying abstractly, questioning. I don't know.
Which say like you're not allowed to do as an SSPX because we learned better than that actually.
But he eventually chooses the side of saying, no, I think he is the Pope.
Can we get an applause for whitewashing history? Applause for whitewashing his. Thank you, Film. I'm glad you're clapping too. It's very silent because it's fabric clapping together. Thank you. And John Jacob, would you like to applaud this whitewash of history? The greatest whitewash ever known. It's not even white; it's French.
He's just stating facts, John. You're just a hater.
Yeah, thank you, Cat Cans, for applauding. No, Lefebvre wrote a letter to sedes. No, he doesn't directly. I'm talking about the drbo.org letter that he wrote in his final thing. Let me get it for you guys. It's been brought up before, but here it is. Let's see. For traditional last interview with Archbishop Lefebvre, and it goes on about Ecclesia Dei pretty much being evil because he legit talks about both groups. Oh yes, for example, making the profession of faith, which is now claimed by Cardinal Ratzinger, future Pope Benedict XVI, the greatest of all time, who we quote to deny the co-redemptrix, who rallied to them must make a profession of faith in the council documents and in the post-conciliar reforms. For us, it is impossible, uncharitable. And we see that Dom Gerard and the Fraternity of St. Peter got to keep the liturgy and catechism without, so they say, having conceded anything. Some people who are troubled and find themselves in a difficult situation. Rome can make an arrangement in their turn through lassitude. They have managed, so they say, to get along with Rome witut having to relinquish anything. And Lefebvre says when they say they don't have to give up anything, that's false. They have given up the ability to oppose Rome. During the interview, which he granted Dom Gerard and delegation of monks from Les Barreaux, the Pope expressed the desire to see them continue to evolve. He didn't hide what he thought. They must submit more and more to the Archbishop, and they must take care not to act as though the conciliar reforms are less than appreciated because they have been granted an exception to the liturgical rule of the council. They must also make an effort to bring with all those who are not yet in obedience to the Holy Father, clearly recognize and resist his being held by the Pope. You have said, regard concerning Dom Gerard and the others, they have betrayed us. They are now giving us a helping hand to those who demolish the church, the liberals, the modernists. Isn't that a bit harsh? Lefebvre, no, not at all. They appealed to me for 15 years. It was not I who went looking for them. It is they themselves who came to me and asked me for support, for ordinations, for the friendships of our priests, and at the same time, the opening of our priories to help them financially. They took full advantage of us, as much as they were able. We did it with goodwill and even generosity. I was happy to do these ordinations to open our houses so they could take advantage of the generosity of our benefactors. And then suddenly they telephoned me. We no longer need you. It's over. We're going over to the Archbishop of Avignon. We're now in agreement with Rome. We've signed a protocol.
You made a key mistake that shows me that this is all fake.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. If you scroll up.
By the way, I have a quote that we need to read first. Lefebvre, I have warned the faithful. The Sedevacantists, for example. There are also people say the mass is fine, so we go to it. Yes, there is a mass, that's fine, but there is also the sermon. There is the atmosphere, the conversations, contacts before and after, which make you little by little change your ideas. is therefore a danger, and that's why, in general, I think it constitutes a part of a whole. One does not merely go to a mass, one frequents a milieu. What? Sedevacantists as the faithful? What? No way! My bad. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry for reading that out loud. I know that's incredibly scandalous to our viewers.
All two of them.
That's right. My bad. It's very okay. Lefebvre says you're lying. Certainly, the question of liturgy and the sacraments is very important, but it's not the most important. The most important is that of the faith. For us, it is resolved. We have the faith of all time of the Council of Trent, the Catechism of St. Pius X, of all the councils, and all the popes before Vatican II. Not just the liturgy. That's really weird. By the way, the best quote that I remember that dumb Twitter email used, yes, but you're alone against everyone. Lefebvre, yes, it is a great mystery. Stole that, Tech Kuishi stole that. In the last letter, Intro Father Andre notes that that although they say the new mass, a dozen bishops provide hope. They are classified as traditional bishop by Episcopal who's. La 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 la. It's only Bishop Daycaster-Meyer and myself who have resisted the council and all its applications. You have emphasized that you. What can you say to those of the faithful who still hope in the possibility of an agreement with Rome? Lefebvre, one true faithful, those who have understood the problem and who have precisely helped us to continue along the straight and firm path of tradition and the faith, were afraid of the approaches I made toward Rome. They told me it was dangerous and that I was wasting my time. Yes, of course, I hoped until the last minute that in Rome we would witness a little bit of loyalty. I cannot be blamed for not having done the maximum. So now, too, to those who say to me, you've got to reach an agreement with Rome, I think I can even say that I went further than I should have. Uncharitable, whoever this guy is. Anyway, I will be going to the SSPX. What conclusions can we draw from the society after 20 years of existence? All this is very comforting. I think we have to thank God and continue to faithfully keep the treasures of the church, hoping that one day these treasures resume the place they deserve in Rome and that they should never have been lost. Uncharitable.
This is obviously a fake interview by some SEDE.
That's right. That's right. No, yes. No, they aren't just smarter. If you listen to Bishop Williamson talking about current SSPX leaders, they are we're trying to be the ones in the old guard. Pretty much in the old guard, it's mentioned by Williamson that Fillet and the rest were like on the liberal side. There is multiple wings in the SSPX seminary. You had your SEDE wing, your conservative wing, and your liberal wing. That you have like Father Franz Schmidberger trying to turn the SSPX into the FSSP, as Williamson has mentioned. Thank God he was never made the general superior. And of course, Schmidberger, of course, contradicts this openly. But hey, man, you can't trust Bishop Williamson to tell the truth about people he knew personally when they've already kicked him out. He's clearly gossiping and slandering. And Poglerani, we can totally trust, even though he's a former SEDE flip-flopper who wasn't even at the seminary and was part of the Institute Mater Boni Consulti. Yeah, expecting, depending on who he's trying to appease that. Yeah, exactly. He expelled who he was trying to appease. At the end of the day, Lefebvre was a dude. Not a dude, but you get what I mean. He wasn't like the greatest of. I mean, he's a saint, but I don't know what to say. He's a saint, but I think the conservatives kicked out was probably a good idea too, based on how those people turned out. There's not many. Which, by the way, it's funny that this article is. Which reminds me, the current resistance in France, the Society of the Apostles of Jesus and Mary, has now basically become completely SEDE. So that's good. So, I mean, and Williamson's the only one, of course, who never said anybody was against, whatever. By 2018, we have watched the new direction of the SSPX for 6 years. We have been getting a steady stream of deceptions as follows. Valeas joyfully accept the freeing of the Latin Mass. Number 2, he has gladly accepted the lifting of the excommunications of 4 SSPX bishops. He has accepted permissions to hear confessions and grant marriages. One would think that Filet, blah, 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 blah. We are not SEDE. We are R&R, which is the only downside of this article. By the way, I hope this guy finally got his eye surgery. Do you remember that? He needed LASIK. Yeah, I hope he got that. I hope he did. He's not bad. Yep. Do you see if Father Provident can work on the play and Super can work behind the scenes? Hasten great to see this article. Gerard. Oh, hey. That one's down. Okay. We'll go back to the dumb video that, of course, just pretends like Lefebvre said nothing. You know, he just clearly didn't have an opinion. And
hey, we're not even halfway done. Maybe he talks about it eventually, you know.
Why? And this is what I'm about to explain, the official position of the SSPX. And so if anyone...
As of 1983.
understands that there's SEDE contests, or even a path to SEDE contism, I'll push back on that. Here's the reason why. He said, so when we ask the question, is there a heretical pope? Because, right, that's the question we're always asking online, right? Is the current pope a heretic? Is that even possible? Some people say that if you even essentially assert that, you know, if he sneezes, that there's a problem with it, you know, you must be a dissenter. What is
you know what? We're going to show some very scandalous articles from WM Review. Marcel Lefebvre, 1976, Ad Divinis. Which, by the way, I don't like Sanborn, so we're just going to pretend like he doesn't exist. Dun, 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 dun. By the way, I find it funny that WM Review is just openly using the SSPX archives of Lefebvre's sermons. I don't know if they're going to ever get in trouble for it. You know what I mean?
Probably not. A lot of sites do that kind of crap.
No, it's just funny to me. WM Review is doing a good thing, though, by, you know, basically, hey, man, the SSPX is lying to their seminarians and not exactly, you know, telling the truth. Let's be honest. They're just not. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I like what the Transalpine Redemptorists are doing. I really hope that Father Alphonsus, the guy we saw at the Lenten retreat, can make union with the rest of them and separate from the SSPX if those aren't going to stop listening to their bishop. I really hope that's what happens so that the Transalpine Redemptorists don't get screwed over by Filet.
The theologians, right, and when
they're very friendly to the CMRI.
I'm talking about the theological class from about the year 1200 all the way until about the death of St. Alphonsus Liguori, as well as the manualist tradition pre-council.
The manualist tradition. Let me tell you about the manuals, John Jacob. Have you read the manuals? Have you read the manuals?
You know, is the Pope a heretic? And there was all these different opinions, right? You have some who said, yes, a Pope.
Yes, we have many opinions on whether a Pope can be a heretic. It's not that simple, man. Can the Pope be a bipolar disorder woman? Have we discussed this in the manuals? Therefore, it's true.
Pope very much so can be a heretic. Others said, well, I don't think he can be a heretic, but if he was to happen, this is what would happen. You had others that said, no, he can never be a heretic. There was a plethora of different.
And we don't listen to canonized saints because we just don't. And we don't listen to what the Pope, blessed as the official interpreters of Vatican I, because Dr. Peter Kwasniewski clearly said it's just, y'all are just a bunch of ultramontanist
right? Maybe one day we'll get into that. We could do a whole episode on just, is the Pope a heretic? And I can go through all the different perspectives, because that's an interesting subject. But there's all these different...
I'm so glad he did that. And he didn't, but I'm so glad he did that. John Jacob. I'm so glad Nick Carbongos made that video. Because he never did. But he surely did because he said he might.
Perspectives. To where by the time you get to the 1950s, right?
John Jacob, you ever read Cardinal Bio?
No, I haven't.
I would. WM Review has good quotations from him. Okay. He's like the Pius XII top guy who like wrote about the possibility of the see being vacant and how that would happen, and it kind of lined up his Ages of the Church theory with Venerable Bartholomew Holshouser, or what Williamson bases most of his talks on.
If you were to a theological manual, and you were to say, okay, what is the theological note on this proposition? Can the Pope be a heretic, right? For those of you guys, viewers who don't know what a theological note is, what's the level of certainty can we give to this assertion that the Pope can be a heretic?
Oh boy, I'm sure he won't lie about this.
We doubt that he can be a heretic, but that's just a probable opinion. For people studying theology, a probable opinion is the lowest rank that you possibly can have, and it is something that you can fully reject in good faith.
Is that true?
What about a probable opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a decent reason to not believe it, you can reject something that is stated as just an opinion. Like,
I'm not trying to be uncharitable. I just think he might be quoting a theologian pre-Vatican. I'm not saying he totally is. I'm just saying it's a little weird, that like a theological, manual after Vatican I said that was a lot higher than that about canonizations and all these other things that require a valid pope. I mean,
no problems, whatever, and hold to another position. So essentially, can the Pope be a heretic? Can he not be a heretic? You can believe either one. And Archbishop Lefebvre said,
And Archbishop Lefebvre said, hand up for Jacob. U.S. releases for Israel. Remember to pray for Israel.
I am not going to gamble my salvation or the salvation of my priests on an abstract theory, right?
That's what he said, John Jacob. Lefebvre said clearly in his writings, I will not gamble on an abstract theory. You clearly, guys, will find this quotation of Lefebvre somewhere.
Also, to refer to it as an abstract theory is just such a stupid.
No, because why would he write it? Why would he talk to his priests about the possibility that they may one day have to talk about an invalid pope? That's not very abstract. That's very solid and maybe real.
And so he says, in the middle of crisis, because he was more of a pastor than anything
else. By the way, my favorite part about the SSPX is the fact that people don't realize, because of these, wings of the SSPX, the reason why a SEDE could have a job in the Canadian district with the SSPX, but not in another district, is because who knew? Certain priests are hiding priests' positions from their superiors. And some of them are more friendly to SEDEs. And maybe, it's not formalized, but that stuff happens. And just because you don't know about it for sure doesn't mean it's not happening. It's the same problem they ran into with that one Feeneyite priest being given faculties by the SSPX in Phoenix, which only lasted 2 years, but I remember that. It's like, wait, you mean to say the SSPX priests don't all agree on everything and it's a giant mess? No, that can't be right. I mean, even you have thesis heads in the CMRI priesthood. It's like, what?
In the middle of a crisis, we can't just be engaging in speculative abstract thought because we're in real time.
It's so abstract. Is the Pope a heretic? I don't know, man.
Real issues. And so he says, what we do know, though, is that the virtue of prudence, right, one of the 4 cardinal virtues, the virtue of prudence is, right, it's naturally in our intellect.
I would love to see this document he's talking about.
Divine grace through baptism, it becomes what's called an infused moral virtue, to where basically you're able to, by the grace of God, plan out your life and habitually order yourself to attain your salvation. So Archbishop Lefebvre said, look, I need to act prudentially, right? I need to say, I'm going to wager that I would rather believe that he is the Pope, right, and die and one day find out that he wasn't, right, but I was acting in good faith, as opposed to saying he's not the Pope, he's a
Selah, but how would you act either way? It's like a genuine question, because even this goes back to the fact that Nick Carbongos is about to spin this into somehow belief that this is an absolute belief that they are the Pope, and that I will go to my diocesan Latin Mass with the possibility after I die that the invalid Pope, is part of this Mass, and that the bishops, ordained by this are part of this church that's an invalid Pope. Like, does Nick Carbongos not make this, conclusion that even if he says this all nicey nice, let's say that he's right for the sake of the argument. Okay, so you're still stuck with the SSPX position if you can't go anywhere. Except the SSPX.
heretic, right?
I don't know how you get beyond that.
The throne is empty, and then find out, whoops, I blew it. He actually was the Pope. And so though he questioned it, right, which is understandable. Put yourself in his position. Like, you've never seen a Pope kiss the Quran before in your entire life, and you're seeing this happen now.
No, I only see him saying
but
the
he
with
ultimately said
demons.
no. And so that was the position of the SSPX.
That's the only Pope
now,
I don't believe are
there's certain
are demon
assertions that the
worshipping
SSPX
popes.
had members in their groups, or in their seminaries rather, in the 70s and 80s that flirted or held to those positions. If you look into each one of those cases, those people are going to be expelled, or they're just going to leave on their own. So where when you look at, or even if someone was to have a favorable position, you have to look at what they say now, instead, as opposed to judging them on like one particular day in their history. They have all these papers.
Oh, that's how we cope for Lafayette.
Sedevacantism. They have all these different series and lectures on the problems with it. And I don't believe that their position leads to that, because I'd say that when you actually hold that specific position that I just lined out, you're not going to end up in it. You're just going to be like, for prudence sake, because I don't know. And sure, I can abstract this all day long, but I'd rather be prudent than actually try to save my soul. So that's the official position of the SSPX. And so anyone who asserts that they teach that, Holy Father Pope Francis isn't a pope, or that
was that even an answer, John Jacob, of what what SSPX teaches? Because that felt like a non-answer. That's the position, It's really abstract, and settings are really abstract.
I mean, he's not entirely wrong. He's not.
I know, but you have to
wrong,
admit that wasn't even an answer, though. And I get what he's trying to say. No, which, by the way, is a blessing that Phil's not here. Phil would claim he has no idea what he means, just to annoy me. But
you gotta be patient with him. He's Byzantine.
This was a Taylor Marshall tier. Is Donald Trump a Catholic video? Did we get an answer? We don't know. But Melanie Trump, when she was a kid, one time went to the Catholic Mass. So, super chat from Cardinal Burke in his apartment. Is Pope Francis pooping his pants? It's like, we don't know.
Pope since Vatican II are anti-popes, does not know the position of the SSPX, maybe through ignorance, maybe through slander, but it's just not accurate.
Okay, but be honest and say that their position was that they weren't sure. And that's why the rest of their arguments make sense. Why are canonizations questionable? Because the Pope promulgating a canonization is questionable. Why is the new Mass questionable? Because the Pope who promulgated the new Mass is questionable. I don't know how that's not just basic common sense just to say that out loud, but hey, that would mean he can't go to his diocesan Latin Mass. I mean, that would be terrible. What about the Unite the Clans that we have to uphold?
Fantastic, Nick. Thank you.
Well, thank
Goodness,
you.
This is going to be awesome.
No worries.
Okay, fine. So, again, they're not set of a.
By the way, I'm glad he has 0 questions on any of that, because he was totally listening and following along.
I mean, he spent how long on that answer?
Let's see. It starts at 12:40 and ends at 27. So he just spent 15 minutes just blabbing on about things with 0 answers, and then proceeded to sum it up without actually. He summed it up badly. That was actually that's my problem. Is he started with his answer and then circular reasoned back to it without providing any proof.
Well, I like how
they just aren't things, man. Come on.
He gives his entire background and then just gives like a short answer and then summarizes it, and that's his whole take. It's like, you would be a terrible teacher.
Well, did I do a bad job explaining the position that these popes are questionable, and therefore the SPX takes a very used to take a very suspicious view of everything coming out of Rome. They weren't willing to give a formal decree out of their society, and I mean, let's be honest, sedes don't do that. Father Jenkins, for as much as he preaches sedes, will openly admit that they can't formally decree it, but because of the fact that logically speaking, by fleeing Rome, they have admitted the see is vacant, and that's just how they say it. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what Father Jenkins also says. But if you would say this out loud, you also then get a bunch of butthurt, sedes who are like, no, the SSPX originally wasn't very sede. And then I get St. Anthony Padua Radtrad, who's good buddy of the show, talking about the fact that the SSPX practically is sede and acts better sede than most. And that he doesn't think we're that different. I don't think we're that different either. I think not having to go to a sede parish for my entire life and the fact that I'm immune to sede propaganda and just like listening to their stories. Maybe I'm stupid. No, it's a really abstract thing. It's a really abstract thing, John Jacob. It's super abstract. But I'm right. So, basically I'm right. So, except what I said, it's really abstract. And that's why it's true. No, exactly. And the other question is, why does he go to the diocesan Latin Mass? Because the SSPX only makes sense if you don't go to the diocesan Latin Mass. Unless you, start getting into the real nitty-gritty of it. Like Thesis Heads had, or like Vincent O'Feargill used to do on BC about, the fact that Sanborn is an idiot and overtook the thesis and made it into something new.
By the way, how the guys running the blog for the Transalpine Redemptorists is like some boomer using like AI images in their articles now.
Yeah. I just like to say that if we want an expert about the thesis, we should get Vincent on, but I don't ever see him active on Discord.
Yeah, I mean, he barely ever talks on Discord.
Yeah, but he does know a lot more about the thesis than probably SetAP, me, you, or anybody else. And he was the one who told me that, yes, after reading everything.
You know who we need to get on? Come on, think about it. The greatest, most knowledgeable SETE we know. He even went to seminary, bro.
Who? Oh, no, but Vincent studied the thesis hard and read everything in the original French and, came to the conclusion that Sanborn's idea of it is an over-exaggeration of a bunch of stuff Deloria wrote. And the fact is that you have to, if you read just the original Deloria stuff, you don't come away with this magic, everything has ordinary jurisdiction.
Which doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. It's just legality sophistry that has some historical proof that maybe it's true.
But here's the second question, or the second kind of accusation.
Also, about to say something controversial. The thesis doesn't fix anything. The thesis doesn't fix anything. Because all it does is tell us who could be the Pope. But guess what? What if it's the most universal answer to who the Pope could be. And if he repents and everybody says he's Pope, guess what? It's the same problem you get with conclavists. Oh, everybody thinks he's the Pope, therefore he's the Pope. Wow. Like, at the end of the day, if you're a thesis head, to get universal acceptance, you have to believe in this supernatural miracle too. And I'm not making fun of that part. I'm just making fun of the idea that thesis heads think that, oh boy, our answer is definitely not going to require a supernatural miracle to solve things. Totally not, bro. Come on. Bro, we don't believe in supernatural miracles. Come on.
It's almost like if you have like a supernatural thing guiding an organization and choosing its leaders, that if there's a break in the leadership, it would require some sort of supernatural thing to restore that leadership.
That's crazy. No way. No way. I mean, come on. What are you, silly? I mean,
okay.
Come on.
So, okay, fine. Not set of a contest, great. They acknowledge Francis, pray for him.
Okay, by the way, I love the fact that Jordan is already talking about something that Carbongos didn't even say. They pray for him in the canon.
Canon, blah, blah, blah. But they are schismatic that when...
Oh, great. Next, which, by the way, I just found that hilarious that Jordan didn't listen to any of that. Nick Carbongos didn't answer the question. And, I mean, he just pretty much covered up a bunch of issues to justify his diocesan Latin Mass attendance. Which, I'll be completely honest, the reason why I went to the SSPX was because of a WM Review article that said historically, if a bishop became a heretic, you didn't need to submit to him for jurisdictional problems. You can go to a private Latin mass at that point. So for me, it's like, oh, well, my local bishop years ago said Muslims worship the same God, and you should go to a mosque. So his opinion on the SSPX no longer mattered to me.
Archbishop Lefebvre chose two things. When he chose to consecrate those 4 bishops, he did an act that was so heinous to Holy Mother Church that it was in and of itself excommunicado, and that John Paul II acted properly and prudentially in excommunicating him. And therefore, the entirety of the SSPX is in fact schismatic, and it leads to schismatic attitudes amongst its followers, amongst its priests, to where they do not actually listen to the voice of Holy Mother Church.
Which, by the way, if they are valid popes, all of that is true. If there's no question in their validity, all of their actions must be interpreted as schismatic. At the end of the day, if you believe the Holy Ghost leads the church, you'd have to believe that this is schismatic. Okay. Unless there's some supernatural miracle going on that justifies this, which there never has been in church history except during the Western Schism when the world was ending. By the way, next point. If Catholic apologists want to tell us that that this is just like the Western Schism again, just so everybody knows, FYI, during the Western Schism, St. Vincent Ferrer came down to stop the end times. So if you're a Catholic apologist online and you're telling me that oh boy, we've gone through this before and it's just like the Western Schism, but dang, those people who think the end times are here are stupid. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Because the Western Schism was when the world was ending and St. Vincent Ferrer came down and stopped it. That's what the Catholic Church teaches. So, yeah, the thesis doesn't fix anything. It doesn't. It really doesn't. At the end of the day, it just makes for a better, ooh, this is how we get a universal pontiff. Wow, I feel so relieved. You still there, John Jacob Jinglewiner Schmidt? That's my name too.
Yeah.
No, but if you think this is as bad as the Western Schism, then you think it's the end times. That is what should be said to every single retard online who tries telling you that this is as bad as the Western Schism. Oh, so you're admitting that the Diamond Brothers are right. You're admitting all the people who say that we're in the end times are right. Or the end times are right around the corner. Because if this is the Western Schism, then yes, we're in the end times all over again. Because that's literally what the Western Schism was. St. Vincent Ferrer is the 7th angel of the apocalypse. That's his official canonized name within the church saint writings. Is he came down from heaven, the end times were about to hit, and he preached all of his sermons, converted the Jews in Spain, converted the Muslims in Spain, and stopped the Antichrist from coming. The world was supposed to end when St. Vincent Ferrer was around. Yeah, we don't know the hour of the day, but at the end of the day, if you are going to say this is the Western Schism and then proceed out the other side of your tongue to say, also, it's not the end times. You don't know what you're talking about, and your name is Eric Sammons, and you're a retard. Because the Western Schism was supposed to be the end times. I'm just going to repeat it again because St. Anthony Battle was here. The end times were supposed to happen during the Western Schism, and they did not because of St. Vincent Ferrer. So whenever I hear some dumb trad who's FSSB trying to tell me that trads are crazy for thinking it's the end times, but it's as bad as the Western Schism, I just have to look them in the face and be like, you don't know what you're talking about at all. You don't believe in anything. That's interesting. Anyway, we'll put the link in chat for our friend of the show, known SSPX revisionist who doesn't believe in Nick Carbongo's amazing 15-minute argumentation that got nowhere and didn't answer our question, and he proceeded to summarize in 2 seconds his position with no proof. Amazing. Clap.
And the magisterium, ordinary and extraordinary therein.
We're not schismatic.
Work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools. We all juggle so many different tools.
like my wire strippers, my dikes, my wire crimpers, my ruler, my carpenter ruler, my wrenches, my ratchets. Man, I need an AI to tell me what tool to use next.
Yeah, no, that's going to be the more common assertion that you're going to hear, and I'll even pick at a little bit of what you said in a second about whether it's intrinsically the action's intrinsically excommunicatable. But here, let's first define what is schism. So, what is schism? This is something that you'll have a.
Hey, John Jingle Schmidt. What is the sky blue? Would you care to answer like Nick Carbongo's is answering this question? Is the sky blue?
What is blue?
God, thank you. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's really an interesting question. Let me tell you, you know, about Fumos. My Koichi Fumo for chance is blue, and if you look at the ocean, it's blue. Now, to get back on the point, also Velo plus mid, that's also blue. And anyway, 15 minutes later, anyway, and it's really abstract, and the sky is blue. That's why. I mean, come on. Thank you. Yeah, I'm now on Yahoo now. Thank you. No,
whole range of opinions on. They all sound similar.
But yeah, please join St. Anthony. We're dogpiling Nick Carbongo's the typical SSPX stupid
so essentially, there's going to be three broad things, according to traditional Catholic theology, that are schismatic. Two of which are more commonly known. One of which I think is extremely pertinent to our own day, but I don't think is as talked about as much anymore, unfortunately. So the first one I think most people are going to know is that when you look at, say, for instance, St. Thomas Aquinas, that's a basic definition a lot of people go to. You can go to the Code of Canon Law. You're going to essentially see that schismatic means...
I hate him saying schism.
Schismatic. It is schism. Schismatic. Yeah.
Also, to answer,
I don't even disagree with conclave. I just don't think the conclave will ever function or ever work. You just don't have enough. You need a supernatural event to be able to reinstate a supernatural instituted. I
was gonna say.
I hate saying that, but I think you're right on the money on that. That probably is the best way of saying it I've ever heard. Hate saying it, but that is the best way.
Ultimately, it'll have to be some sort of like, you know, divine revelation where the church comes together and elects a new pope in some sort of function, whether it's through a lady or just God revealing one or whoever or whatever else.
Yeah.
Ultimately, ultimately, there is no proper way to elect a pope at this point, because the whole system of electing pope is based off of just canon law, and
No, and I think all of the arguments from like Cardinal Bio saying like clergy in Rome could do it, it's like, well, then you assume that something supernatural happens to show it's true.
I mean, technically anybody could elect the pope, but it's just like, how are we gonna know that he's valid?
Yeah, I was about to say, you don't even know if, like, you could have the whole world, but what happens if God's like, that's not the Pope, guy? Strikes him with lightning, and you're like, no!
Recognize
if the whole world came together
and to not follow the Pope, right? Recognize or obey the Pope, right? So that's going to be one basic definition, right? So that
expert St. Anthony Padua Radfred. We are currently covering the fact that Nick Carbongo's basic bitch, a terrible argument about the SSPX that makes him sound incredibly stupid for going to the diocesan Latin Mass.
Cool. Let's hear it.
It was epic. He completely went through SSPX history, went like this, and from 1970 to 1985. Yeah, Lefebvre one time said that sedevacantism is possible, but then he said later, I will not be a sedevacantist. And that's the history anyway. Yep, the SSPX wasn't sedevacantist, and, it's only probable the Pope would become a heretic. It's very abstract. Nothing happened after 1988. We here at the Nick Carbongo's apologetics are just going to pretend like Lefebvre was consistent his entire life. Every quote must be read in line with each other. he never changed his mind. And then I reread the DRBO article to everybody where Lefebvre's like, warning to Sedevacantists, make sure people at your mass aren't just there for the pretty mass. And he calls the Sedevacantists the faithful. Ooh, ooh.
That's the problem with the SSPX in general, right? They pick and choose Lefebvre to fit their own image, you know.
Which, by the way, I finally made the easiest simple sentence to say. I finally came up with the way you say it. The church is questionable, so therefore the SSPX acts that way. That's all their arguments. If the Pope is questionable, the canonizations are questionable. If the Pope is questionable, the Mass is questionable. So, yeah, who could have guessed? It's really that simple. That's why SSPX was so hardline before. Like, as soon as you I think that's the easiest way to say it to somebody, to be like, no, just read as the SSPX thought all these things are very questionable. So they acted on that. And if you want to lie about it and claim that they're these super pro-union people, you just look dumb. And you pretty much, like Kennedy Hall, have to admit the SSPX, that Lefebvre was this big dummy who didn't know theology. All he cared about was saving souls. Like, that's an insult. But, you know, we SSPX apologists basically have to call Lefebvre dumb at the end of the day, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with a lot of these guys on that. If you listen to some of the older preachers, I don't even know if they have it online, that old SSPX archives stuff. They were pretty hard line. They were pretty hard line on there, and I was trying to find it not too long ago, but I couldn't find it anymore.
No, but I remember mentioning this too. The Resistance will even admit that Lefebvre was a softy on Sedes when they try to justify their position. The Resistance old guard will at least be completely honest that, yeah, we didn't think Lefebvre went hard enough on Sedes, but the SSPX just pretends like that just never happened. You're just believing in fairy tales.
Yeah. So what is Nick saying? He's trying to say that they were all glad trads or what?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just enjoying this because I feel like this is a good recap for the current gay SSPX going on. That honestly, my prediction, I hope I'm still right that they get Rome's permission just so they can fully gayify. But also, I don't hope that happens because that would get rid of a lot of mass locations for a lot of people, and that'd be, bad for souls.
I want them to consecrate bishops, and I want them to be excommunicated.
No. I agree. I'm saying I hope they don't getting Rome's permission would be funny, vindicative of how they've ended up and how stupid they are.
Yeah.
But for the sake of souls, and the fact that it'd be really bad for scandal, and the fact that it'd be really, awkward, and it'd make them FSSP, I really don't want that to happen.
What do you think would happen at the chapel you go to if they do get communicated and consecrated? What's the vibe there?
St. Vincent's Priory is second to St. Mary's in terms of promotion, so probably pretty bad. I mean, we're almost a retirement home priory, so maybe we'd be fine until neo SSPX comes in, the newer seminarians who will preach in the Albuquerque SSPX parish that even if a maggot was the head of the church, we couldn't question his validity. We recognize him, but we would resist him to the face. It's you have become the literal WM Review Pope Susan article. That is what you sound like. Come on. You sound like a joke. That's Anglican at that point. Oh, yeah, but, King Henry said he's the Archbishop of Westminster, so therefore we gotta obey him. It's what? It's just, to me, it's really simple. I don't think the SSPX is that far from Sedevacantism if we talk about, the 90s and the 80s. And, if we just get rid of the liberal wing of Pagriani, Filet, Schmidberger, and, all the problem people in the SSPX, just get rid of them. You come away with the fact that if we're allowed to admit Rome is questionable, then we're allowed to admit that we have to act upon that, and therefore maybe we still say an Unicum Mass, maybe. That's the one holdout I don't really care about. But if you're at least, willing to admit that maybe, just maybe, these aren't valid popes, and maybe it's not the valid church, and Rome lost the faith, the physical realm, then yeah, we don't really disagree on much. And you talk to older SSPX even at my priory, and that seems to be the position they all hold. And all of them are under this delusion that that's what the current SSPX is doing, or they just don't care enough, which is fair enough. I mean, caring about this, I don't think it's ever mattered. Anthony.
I mean, if you listen to the current talking heads, you would think that the SSPX was not much different than the FSP, but
I know even the current letters. Me and John here, John Jinglemeyer Smith, Claus B, were both go to St. Vincent Priory occasionally, and we were discussing the fact that we were ranting about the fact that they don't say the high mass in the SSPX.
Yeah, that's too hard. You can never do that, man.
No. Yeah, that's the whole liturgical debate that we're right about. I know we're right because all the documents are on our side. But that's a fairly. Which reminds me, I read in the freaking article that Lefebvre does the interview. He has a direct response for people who think the liturgy is what matters most. He's like, no, the rule of faith comes first. The rule of faith goes over the liturgy. You don't put the liturgy and aesthetics above the rule of faith.
And then, what's his stance on morals, though? Where does that fall?
It's above the mass. So therefore, sure? Cardinal Zuppi's gay Latin mass is not that great. Who could have guessed?
I think it goes. I think, John, I think you're wrong. I think it goes doctrines, liturgy, and then morals. Think about it.
You're right, Doc. Morals come last. We at the Freemasonic Society of the Sanhedrin Pharisees, of Pharisee Ripperger, condemn you.
No Authority makes an okay point, but because they don't make a practice of conditionally ordaining anymore. But I wouldn't say that there is a lot of those priests, but there are definitely those sprinkled about.
No, it's just the people in power are the liberal wing of the SSPX. But the reason why Bishop Pawa was allowed to function in the Canadian district is because the superior there was a little bit more ecumenical, as he's also the same one who gave the Feeneyite priest faculties to go say mass in Phoenix for 2 years. The Canadian district superior is very much a ecumenical trad. I'll say that. At least he was in that period of time. Honestly, I'm glad I finally put those 2 points together because I knew about the Feeneyite priest the Canadian district specifically gave faculties to. And then I finally thought about Bishop Puerwa, and then it's like, oh, wait a second. Those are the same district superior, and that guy isn't doing the Rome talks. Who could have guessed? It's almost like nobody in the SSPX actually agrees with each other, and it's this giant political game.
I'm sure you have like conservative wing and liberal wing, and I'm sure they're not like a unified voice. I don't think.
No, we know that's true because of what Father Chicata said about Pagarani being this, giant flip-flopper who came from the set of Revisionists and then just joined up after Lefebvre was dead and was like, "Yeah, I'm for you, Schmidberger. I love you, Filet. I'm your top guy. I know."
Yeah, I mean they like to pretend. They like to pretend that it's a completely unified front, but it's obviously not.
No, and some people are just more cowards than the resistance, and some people are in situations they can't act like the resistance. So I guess I really do hope they get excommunicated so we don't even have to worry about this being thrown up in the air and being this giant mess for the next 2 years. We don't need that. It's funny to think about, and it'd be fun to be vindicated and, be right that, yes, these are liberals and for it to all be exposed. But at the end of the day, I don't think any SSPX laymen will actually think these are being liberals. They'll just be like, oh, look, these Filet. They really got Rome. They really got Rome on their knees. This is what Lefebvre wanted. We only had to sign 3 documents.
Lefebvre did want bishops consecrated, so.
That's right. And with Rome's permission, it's like, what? This is what Lefebvre would have wanted. We at SSPX realized we're smarter than him.
They just knew how to play the game better than.
Hey man, they've been talking to the statue of Lefebvre outside St. Mary's.
Yeah, the statue that cost how much?
It actually has a Bluetooth audio speaker in it that speaks the word of Lefebvre. It's like the Groundhog Day, you know, the Lefebvre statue, depending on how his shadow sits, is how we decide how we're going with Rome this year. Is there another winter this year, St. Anthony? Or does the Lefebvre statue say 3 more months of winter?
Oh no, I'm not like a huge fan of them. I'm just not against them. You know, I want them to do well, but
no.
I mean, nobody here.
I know. You get what I'm saying. We don't like filet. We don't like filet. We don't like filet, and we don't like Poggiarani. We don't like.
Hold on. I'm actually kind of curious now. How much is that freaking statue?
It was like $50,000 because it's marble. People donate $50,000 so they can have their National Lefebvre Day. When Lefebvre decides via his shadow coming off the statue, if it's 3 more years of no consecrations, or 3 more months till consecration.
Actually, Chud.
Oh no! How much was it?
Was $21,000.
Oh, phew! The mission chapels couldn't use that at all. We needed our founder made a statue now. He's not canonized, but we're going to treat him like that. Because we're trad.
You think Poggiarani will be a bishop?
What?
You think Father Poggiarani will be a bishop?
I don't know. I wonder who they will. I think they're going to do some like weird like credences to liberals, credences to conservatives if they do get excommunicated for it. I think it's going to be another like gay split of pretend fake opposition amongst the bishops. Where it's gonna, I don't know the names of anybody because ever since Williamson passed and the resistance split, I mean, we got all of the drama, the gossip, the alleged slander that turned out to be true. On who's who, and now that those people are all dead, we don't really have information because now all the neo SSPX priests, as we all know, going to a fresh priest style seminary is like, if you're a senator, you're a Protestant, and we will recognize the Pope even if he's wearing a dress and says he's not. If he says he's not the Pope, we will say he is the Pope.
Wait. What? So on their fundraisers, one of the things they fundraised was a pontifical vestment set.
Oh no, I'm scared.
For $25,000, a pontifical vestment set. And how often had they had a fucking pontifical mass?
The Bishop Filet-O-Fish.
Why do they need? I still don't. I talked about this before. I don't understand why they needed to fundraise a whole bunch of vestment sets. They already had vestments. Why did?
Are you going to the Burger King Anglicans or the McDonald's McFilet-O-Fish? Or Williamson Bar and Grill? That's the real question.
By the way, I want to point out they have on Sunday they have a 6:30 a.m. mass, a 8:30 mass, 11 mass, and a 6:30 p.m. mass. Only one of them is a high mass.
That's wow. Applause for the most staffed SSPX parish. Clearly the school can't provide a schola. I mean, said it before. The CMRI mission chapel I went to, I get it. You don't have a school. These people drive 2 hours. Of course they want a low mass. Then you drive back 2 hours. Do you want to be there for an extra hour and a half when Pivarunas is already doing all of the confessions? And then once a month, they make sure to bring the CMRI nuns down and they say the high mass on the electric piano.
Yeah, the CMRI, their situation makes sense. Like with some of the SSPX missions, those situations make sense for why they don't have a high mass. But why does the Immaculata, which has 3 masses every day, why are they all low masses?
That's a good point. I wonder why.
Because the whole point is the high mass is better than the low mass, objectively speaking, from church history, and the solemn high mass, of course, is the best thing ever. From praising God, that's the church position. St. Norbert literally exists.
It's the full expression of the mass. It is the mass of the church. That is the church's history. The church wasn't doing the low mass. That was created out of necessity. That was supposed to be something for people to do when they had to.
I always thought the low mass was just like what the priest did privately.
Yes, exactly.
So
that's what it's supposed to be.
Yes. So historically, the priest privately would just do a high mass, but practically, there came issue where that wasn't always practically. So the private mass was created as something different, and then they were just like, okay, there's some situations where the priest doing a modified version of the private mass makes sense. So that's how the low mass was created.
Yeah, or for daily masses like the Mary Mass they discussed in like the pre-Reformation time, where like you're a worker in the morning and you go to the side altar and they say the Mary Mass. They'd say a votive low mass. It'd be a votive low mass.
Yeah, the low mass was originally created for say priests that were traveling or in large religious orders where you had so many priests that having them all do their daily mass would have taken too long if it was all a high mass. And just situations like that where it wasn't practical to always do the high mass. They were like, all right, your private mass, you could have people come in, we'll slightly modify it, and then bam, there you go.
I was about to say, the high mass also doesn't have to take an hour if you just get rid of the sermon. It can take like 45 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. If you just,
you need to
do the simple rubrics.
Even though that's not true.
It's only required.
And you need a choir that sings ridiculously slow too. Don't forget that.
Come on. Don't make fun of St. Vincent's that much. Come on.
No, I'm not even talking about St. Vincent's here. I'm talking about the old choir.
I remember I was in Alabama and Birmingham, where the Dallas Latin Mass was, and they would deliberately use the longest and the slowest chant ever, that the priest would just be sitting there the entire time.
Dude, at my old church, the old choir director they had did the mass so slowly, sometimes the priest, the MC would be staring at the choir like, when are you guys going to finish?
No, there's no reason a high mass has to take that long. That's the great thing about it, is high masses have been, around for 2 millennium, and we have plenty of high mass voters we could be saying that just don't take that long and are just as beautiful. And like my experience with an acolyte chanting the high mass with the priest, because there was only 2 people there with me in the room. That was it. Because I didn't know how to serve mass, and I also didn't know how to chant mass. So the acolyte took the role of the schola while serving a high mass.
Yeah, I think that's another thing. A lot of people don't realize how few people you actually need to do at high mass. People think that, oh yeah, you need MC, and then you need 2 acolytes, and you need a third. It's not really. No, you don't have to have those. It's good, do it, but you don't have to have those many servers.
Yeah, you should encourage that for vocations, but I don't know. It's beautiful to see the CMRI try to do high masses, and it's depressing when I go to the SSPX during the summertime, and they're like, we can't do a high mass. It's too hot. Anyway, we're not going to go on that tangent. That takes
if you will, inside of the Catholic Church. And if you are either not recognizing him, right, clearly you're not, then you're being systematic, you're cutting yourself off from the body. If he's the head, right, you're separating communion. If you're not obeying him, well, you're just practically doing.
Oh, they're schismatic. I mean, they are. They are schismatic if the Pope isn't questionable. There's no question about the Pope's validity. You are schismatic.
The same thing, right? You're not recognizing his authority, and so you're severing yourself from the body.
You have no authority.
The second type of schism, and you can think of that. You can think of that first type of schism as
I hate him saying it that way.
Very vertical.
Schismatic.
Right? Us below the Pope, cutting ourselves off, if you will. The other type of schism you can think of as horizontal, which is going to be not wanting to have communion with your local bishop, right, which is still above you, but really more so with your fellow Catholics, right?
Which, by the way, we would love to say the SSPX loves the ordinary jurisdiction. They make sure to, ours does. St. Vincent Priory does make sure to talk about how great of a relationship they have with Bishop Johnston, and how, they are all the best of friends, and, blah, blah, blah. But in, what is it, in the Nebraska? Do you know about the Nebraska SSPX situation with the fraternity, St. Anthony?
No, I don't.
Oh, the SSPX actually cut to the local ordinary and moved. because they were like, you guys are schism. And the SSPX returned the Freemasonic Society of Sanhedrin Pharisees was like, we're taking over.
So saying, I don't like such and such.
We're gonna read the Talmud in Latin.
Such Catholic, I think he's bad or whatever. He's a dissenter, and I'm just not gonna commune with him. That's another common kind of thing, and that's
why Nick Carbongos is so full communion. What?
This guy calls himself a Glad Tread podcast. So.
Hey man, he goes to the diocesan Latin Mass to make sure they know, and he goes to the SSPX. He is in total communion. I'm in complete communion.
But his face is like still full of sass.
Dude, you gotta admit, he was skinny back then and humble. He actually is humble in the beginning of this video. He's like, I'm amazed people even watch my content.
I'm talking about whoever the heck he's talking to. This dude.
Oh, Jordan Pacheco, the fat guy who looks like Nick Carbongos now.
Yeah, he's just
with the beret.
He's like Glad Treads, but his face is full of sass.
It really is. He did like a weird eyebrow nod that made it look like he was flirting with Nick earlier. Like, what the heck?
Something that's sometimes leveled at the SSPX. They're going to be like, well, look, they don't want to be in communion with Novus Ordo Catholics, right? Et cetera, right?
Yeah, that's the SSPX position.
And you'll hear sometimes people they'll throw out the quotations from the early fathers, like schism means to eat the Lamb of God on a separate altar, separate altars.
Man, and unlike normal Catholics who square the patristics up with the current times and realize they're all in line with each other, we at SSPX realize it's not that simple.
Right? Is that not what they're doing? The third kind of thing, though.
It's actually super nuanced, St. John Chrysostom. You wouldn't understand.
That I don't think people talk about, and this really needs to be what we're talking about today, is the schism of the unity of...
Nick Carbongos goes back in time. Say law, St. John Chrysostom. Stop that! You're not being nuanced about this. Clearly, you didn't expect this scenario. The Holy Ghost did not protect you. Or your writings, or your sermons. Clearly.
Faith. So when you go back and read, just as an example, Pope Leo XIII's document, Sassi Conitum, right, which is a document that he's talking about primarily the role of the pontiff. I believe it's in paragraph...
Say law, by the way, I do think it's still the best argument. Oh, sorry, go on.
I like his thinking pose here.
I will say this. The patristics do have the strongest argument for the SSPX in city parishes. And it's very simple. When Nestorius was made patriarch, one of the two canonized saints resisted him and made private parishes and churches because they declared him a heretic without the express legality of patriarch declaring it. This saint just made his own little parish from the middle of nowhere, and this was completely valid. And after the council of I forget what the council is that condemns Nestorius. Not Chalcedon, it's the one before Chalcedon. I forget. Is it Jerusalem? Like one of the other ones? I forget. It's the one before Chalcedon. But the council proceeds to pretty much say what he did was good, and I'm like, so basically the takeaway St. Robert Bellarmine writes is you as a Catholic, if your bishop is a heretic and it's really obvious, they don't hold jurisdiction over you. So their take on, the SSPX has no faculties in my diocese really doesn't affect anything. If you know they're a heretic. Crazy. Yeah. I consider that a very strong argument for the SSPX. And I've always been like, even if I'm not a sede, I at least accept the fact that because I know my local ordinary was a heretic, publicly, I have no reason to at all be like, oh no, he didn't give us the faculties. And it hasn't been declared. Yeah. It's it doesn't have to be. You just have to believe in the Holy Ghost enough to lead you to have a brain. His finger on his lips. He's sucking off the last bit of peanut butter and jelly sandwich he was just eating. I had Nutella on it too. Actually, he's mewing. He's actually mewing. He's a facial. What's the word? He's posture maxing.
Number 9, if my memory is correct. Paragraph 9 and paragraph 12, where he uses this interesting line where he's talking about separating one.
By the way, that's how I know Nick Carbongos doesn't smoke cigarettes. You know how you do that 2-finger hold thing when you're thinking, St. Anthony? Have you ever done that? Like you do the peace sign and then you put it up to your lips?
Yeah.
Like that is how I naturally start thinking about things. It's like doing a fake cigarette in my hands. If I want to ponder something.
Probably because you smoke.
It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like that's how you know that guy's not a smoker. Or like it's like the fact of putting nicotine pouches in. I like putting my fingers on my face if I'm thinking about something because it's like a natural habit to put a nicotine pouch in. Nick Carbongos is just touching his nose. So that's how you know he's a crackhead. That was my take.
Myself from the unity of faith. And essentially it's this. When someone becomes a formal and manifest heretic, formal and manifest heretic is going to be someone who willfully, with full knowledge, and obstinately denies one particular point of infallible dogma, right? When a person does that, right, he doesn't just lose the virtue of faith from baptism that he receives.
He is now holding the crack pipe out.
He doesn't just lose it by the sin and vice of heresy, but he also cuts himself away from the unity of the church.
Oh man!
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
That's scary.
How so? Well, basic catechism here. What makes a Catholic a Catholic? 3 things, right? It's going to be first and foremost recognizing. It's going to be first and foremost being initiated into the same sacraments, being all believing the same thing, as well as also submitting to your lawfully given pastors.
I'm so glad that he read that out of the St. Joseph Baltimore Catechism. You know, that was good. That's like me summarizing the 10 Commandments to you earlier. You can't lust, you can't money lust, can't have daddy issues, you can't have mommy issues. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit idolatry. I mean, I'm sure that's what they say. It's stuff. You have the same, believe the same things.
Something like that.
And the legal people who do the sacraments, you gotta have the same ones. Dude, that's the most vague. I thought we had to be obedient to the Roman Pontiff.
You see, for instance, people like Cardinal Below.
Hey, the Orthodox. Let's do this. The Orthodox about the same beliefs in terms of Vatican II, same sacraments, and legally authorized priests, as Vatican II says. So, I mean. Nick Carbongos is Eastern Orthodox and Novus Ordo Catholic. Who could have guessed? Full community.
Right, who writes a great a manual in the time of, I think it's the
1800s, Eastern Roman Catholic.
De Ecclesia on the Church, where he mentions this exact same thing: all heresy, all genuine schism will include a heresy, and it makes sense.
Wait a second. So a heretic pope in schism with his own church that he's the pope of. That's a very interesting idea. It's a mystery. Thank you, Nick Carbongos, for saying that quote. That's great. Let's play it again for everybody.
All genuine schism will include a heresy, and it makes sense, right? When we look at, for instance, the Eastern Orthodox, they're not in the church because not just because they deny the Pope, but because they teach heresy. On lots of levels, right? They deny the Immaculate Conception. They deny purgatory, right? They deny indulgences, right? They deny temporal punishment, right? These are just a few things. They deny the Filioque.
That's crazy. Pope Francis denies 3 of those 5.
But not all 5, so
you're right. Bum. John Salza's argument comes out again. Pope Francis scored a 99 out of 100 for being a heretic. But because of that one heresy, legally, the demons, who are really big legalists, and they don't want you to know this secret. He's not.
Well, actually, by your estimate, he only came out with a 60 out of 100. So,
Oh, man. That's like a D+. We only accept excellence here.
Hey, my school, you didn't have a D. It was A, B, C, and F. So by my school standards, he would fail being a heretic.
Oh, but what about your school's demons, who are super legalistic, as John Salza says, and the demons are legalistic just like me. And that's a good thing. Let me tell you why. Uncharitable.
way, right? And they don't even see a lot of our
All right, John, I
sacraments
got
as
to bounce,
valid,
but
right?
stop by
Like
just for a
whereas
second.
we recognize
Thanks for
they're not
passing
even going to
by.
recognize most of
All right,
ours.
later.
And so
Yeah.
it's just a pipe dream for a lot of people, I think, when they're just like, yeah, we're all brothers and sisters, and link arm in arm, two lungs of church, et cetera, right? It's just no, man. It's just not how it's going to work.
Nah,
and so
dog, that's gonna be a
those
no
are the
from
three
me.
kinds. Okay, well, let's go through them all and see if the SSPX falls under them. Let's start with the first one. Does the SSPX recognize the Pope as head of the church? Yes. How do we know this? Well, actions speak louder than words, but also because they say it, right? It's going to be actions and words. So first and foremost, they're going to common arguments that you'll hear. They're going to pray for the Pope and the local bishop in the canon of the.
What about the said priests in the society? They pray for the ordinary and the Pope. I do that too when I say my fake mass at home. So I'm basically Catholic as well. What about the local Anglican who does that? We're going to do a checklist, John Jangelmeyer Schmidt, that is me an Anglican. Let's hypothetically say I'm an Anglican priest who somehow has old Catholic lineage.
The mass, which is essential.
My name is Father Martin Navarro.
They're also going to be going to Rome for approval for all of their ordinations.
And do they? I mean, they got like the permission like Orthodox do, I guess.
Right. You also see many times, even sometimes, the teachings of the post-conciliar popes being talked about, and even in large swaths approved of in certain society circles. So you're going to see that, right? So they're going to be like, okay.
In certain society circles. That was a really general statement. Man, very generous and charitable for the whole.
You recognize the Pope. You have the photo in the chapel, right? Okay.
Thank God they got the photo in the chapel. that's what obedience to the Pope means. Hey man, I got a photo of Pope Francis in my school's yearbook. We went together. I'm Catholic. I don't know how to make this argumentum absurdum. Like the extreme of like just saying that they have a photo of the Pope in the church. Can you think of an absurdum argument for that? Like taking that to its like most extreme?
Well, you could get.
Oh wait, I can. Oh, go on.
No, I was gonna say you could get pictures of the Pope off Amazon. So
I was about to say, me when I went to the drag queen luncheon with Pope Francis 3 years ago, I got a photo of Pope Francis. So checked off that one, and I prayed for him. So I'm Catholic.
But you don't submit to him, so therefore you're practically being schismatic, where it's schismatic mentality. Well, that presumes there's a presupposition in that statement which assumes or reads into that statement that you must have complete obedience. That's
he's the vicar of some obedience. He's the vicar of almost obedience. The voice of almost obedience compels you. Yeah, my toast Francis. So I nailed it to the wall in the SAPX. By the way, have you been shopping at the SSPX lately? I think I got the terms mixed up. The German Waffen military store, right? The SSPX. John Jankelmeyer Schmidt.
Mm-hmm.
Have you gone to the German PX, the SSPX?
Yes.
Yeah. Will there be Selahcast? No, this is Selahcast. And Phil will not be here, so this is your show. That's why it's going on so long, because I started early.
It's not Catholic, right? That's not Catholic first and foremost, and it's not even going to be something that's historical. So whenever you see
it's not historical. It's not historical to have absolute obedience to the Pope, because Catherine of Siena just never existed, man.
No.
Chud. Make sure you call me Chud. To be accurate.
No saint has ever taught absolute obedience.
That's
Never.
right. That's right. Nick Carbongo said so, and if you read one that says so, that is a unnuanced take on it. And the fact that people laity read it as absolute obedience just means they didn't have the nuance. We at GnosticCatholicism.com say You have to understand the current crisis of the faith. The Holy Ghost only unveiled. No, Phil said he's gone for Lent. He didn't want to do any more co-hosting. So this might be the final one because we're gonna have to wait till drama pops up to be able to host anything.
Aquinas or the Code of Canon Law say that it's going to be, something that is they need to obey in everything, or they interpret that way. That's not actually true.
Oh, you know what, Jacob, the Pope said to go to Mass on Sunday since the Council of Jerusalem, but I find that very problematic. So I was thinking I'm going to go on Wednesday because no absolute obedience for me. Huh, St. Peter? St. Paul? I resist that teaching.
I recognize, but I resist.
That's right. I've been recognizing the resistance since the 1st century. I resist the fact they moved it to then. If you call me a Judaizer, that's just vindication that I'm right and you're wrong. We here at the Gnostic Manichaean Cool Kids Club of True Catholicism, started by Archbishop Simon Magnus of Magnomius. I forget who starts Simon. No, he starts the Simonians, and Simon Magus. I forget who he's actually like the cult he's part of. I kind of forget, but like a bunch of groups like tried claiming him after he died. Yeah. I mean, our Lent starts on Ash Wednesday, unlike Byzantineville, LARPer.
Really, when it comes down to it, the SSPX is going to submit and to obey the Pope in all things that, according to Catholic theology and dogma, are worthy of submitting to.
Ooh, worthy of submitting to. Hey, John Jacob, you should eat a $10 Taco Bell burrito tonight, if that's worthy of your time.
I don't believe it is.
Oh man, dang it, man. Okay, the Immaculate Conception.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of other like really worthy things we should submit to. Trying to come up with one. Cacan's Comment, is that worthy of submission? We need the Candlestick Show, the newest podcast on the Setup of Conte Network. Is that worthy of our submission? I don't know.
Is SetAP worthy of your submission?
Candlestick says, I don't know about that. Well, who's not Candlesticks? That's Cog Ezekiel, my bad.
How does that work? So we brought up here the idea of extraordinary and ordinary magisterium.
Blah, blah, blah,
The SSPX is sent to both. What is the extraordinary magisterium? It's going to be the Pope proclaiming a dogma, right, either by himself in his office or all the bishops in the world doing that in the context of an ecumenical council, saying, anathema sit, or we profess, we proclaim, we believe, etc. They accept all of those, right? They accept every single one of them.
Except Vatican II.
Itself. The ordinary universal magisterium, that's going to be what all of the bishops and popes of all time have taught, right? And that's going to be infallible in and of itself. A good example would be angels. I bring that example up a lot to people who know me, right? It's never been talked about in the context of a dogma, but it's something that is dogmatic because we've always believed it and taught it. Where the
angels, we just didn't know they existed until the ordinary magisterium came along. That's right. I don't know what the book of Tobit was about, John Jacob.
I wouldn't know. It doesn't really make much sense. It's really confusing. I need
PX controversies really get into is what's called the non-definitive ordinary magisterium, which by the definition is going to be something non-definitive and requires the...
It's non-definitive when we decide it's not definitive, except when the Pope says it's definitive, but we disagree with his own opinion. We know the Pope better than he does.
Assent of intellect and will, not the assent of faith, like the two former categories.
Oh my gosh.
Something that, strictly speaking, right, you should have a certain deference.
If you didn't know, we all at the SSPX actually commit the sin of what did the one guy do? He started talking to the dead. Who was it? Was it David or Solomon who talked to the dead? I think it was Solomon, right?
Yeah.
Am I thinking right? Yeah, Solomon did that. He committed the sin of What the hell is it called? Like talking to dead spirits. All I know is we at the SSPX do that with Paul VI. No, with Paul VI. We went back in time and we asked him, hey man, when you said in the letter that this was infallible and that Lefebvre needs to obey you because you're infallible and you're the Pope, and that Vatican II was definitive on all things it taught, and that like he has to obey it. Oh yes, necromancy. What did you really mean, Paul VI? Because we don't know if that's really definitive of you. Could you be a little? You're saying it was? Well, you see, we're committing necromancy, so we don't believe you anyway. Except when Father Ripperger on his next sermon unveils the demons he excommunicated. Explain to him the SSPX necromancy question. And how Paul VI really meant that the SSPX is right. Because he talked to some demons. Exclusive interview with the demon with Father Ripperger. Oh boy.
But it's not something that is...
Get out that deliverance prayer book right now. We're about to interview a demon live with Father Ripperger. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that guy is that way though.
Absolutely 100%
Wow, what's wrong with it?
Right?
What
That's
he's
not
doing?
something that's going to happen. And
what do we do if Father Ripperger turns out to be another Father Jackson? Anyway, but we're not going to answer that.
We want to submit to you. We want to obey you. And we want to listen to all of these things. But the problem is that we also have to be faithful to your predecessors. And this is where that third element of schism comes into. Because if a pope or a bishop or a priest or a catechist starts teaching something that is against what the popes and the church has always taught, then whether they're intending to or not, that is schismatic.
Huh.
Wait.
He did mention a pope in that, just so you know. He did say pope in that.
Wait. So he's making the argument himself without realizing what argument he's actually making.
I know. It's great. He said if a pope or a priest or a bishop was teaching something contradictory to the past, he would be in schism with the church. Huh. That's a really weird concept. Huh. Gee. That's amazing. Do you think he's gonna try to pull it together with this like copy pasta response?
Because they're severing themselves from the unity of faith. So the SSPX assertion is, okay, well, you're
no self-reflection of what he just said. They're out of the unity of faith. Thank you, Nick Carbongos. You made our argument for us. That's amazing. A round of applause, everybody. I'll play the applause sound effect just for that. We'd like to play that again because what a great argument he made.
Starts teaching something. Well, we want to listen. SSPX is going to point out and they're going to say, we want to submit to you. We want to obey you. And we want to listen to all of these things. But the problem is that we also have to be faithful to your predecessors. And this is where that third element of schism comes into. Because if a pope or a bishop or a priest or a catechist starts teaching something that is against what the popes and the church has always taught, then whether they're intending to or not, that is schismatic because they're severing themselves from the unity of faith. So the SSPX assertion is, okay, well, you're telling us
what's to be in schism with the church.
You know what? To quote our favorite promo character, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. It's a man. I'm glad the SSPX argued that.
That it's highly encouraged to pray with other denominations.
Too quiet. Turn your sound from 100% to 600% with Sound Pusher. Just hit add.
That is something that is not ever taught in not just the practical discipline of the church, but it's even against the ordinary universal magisterium in the context of papal encyclicals. And so therefore, we
Come on, wrap
cannot
up
be
and tell us how he's
schismatic,
still
betray
the
what the
Pope.
popes have always taught, and go against the unity of faith, right? But you're teaching this to us on a very...
Okay, I got this weird question, because I was thinking about this. So if you're outside the unity of faith, are you Catholic anymore?
Hey, let him, I'm sure he'll answer the question for us. Let him speak.
No, I need your take on this. You know, let's be completely honest with me, like Alex Dorado was completely honest with us. I don't consider you as a heretic pope. I consider you a mature, out of union faith, a valid pope.
Well,
let me
I would imagine that if you're cut off by very nature, unless we're using the Orthodox definition of things, because they're all weird. I don't think you could be valid at that point.
That's interesting, but that doesn't apply to this anyway. So I mean,
low
that was
level
just a weird tangent.
position. And so therefore it's clearly within the rounds of debate, especially in the case of grave cause. So is the SSPX schismatic? No, they're not going to be schismatic.
But the Pope is,
because you're going to
based
see
on
they
his own
assent
argument.
to the teachings of the Pope. They recognize the Pope in the canon of the Mass and the local bishop. See, and this is why this argument, so on a practical level, it's so cringe now. Let's be honest, because over 12,
That's so cringe.
I think it's like 1,200 dioceses have openly worked with the SSPX when it.
I mean, I don't disagree with this point. I just think it's very, very weird. It means the SSPX has never been consistent about anything.
Comes to doing faculties for marriage. The Argentinian diocese.
Yeah, the one card Pope Francis was heading with Baglarani.
Conference has the SSPX on their website, talking listed under Catholic organizations, right? You see.
Wow, I'm so relieved Cardinal Bergoglio recognized the SSPX as a Catholic organization. I'm sure he'll never recognize anyone bad as Catholic.
Pope Francis saying they are Catholic, they are in the church. And you look at, for instance, if you want the official magisterium, not just a Pope's quote, but the official magisterium say something about it. Look at what Ecclesia Dei said, right? Ecclesia Dei was a Roman congregation. They say they're not in formal schism. You're going to see Cardinal Castron very much so say they're not in formal schism. This is an internal church matter. On a practical level, you don't see the Congregation of Ecumenical Relations, which I would love to see what the 15th century theologians would say about that congregation. But
wait a second, Nick Carbongo's at it again. You filthy dog! Doggone it, man! Yeah, what would the 15th century say about the ecumenical organization that the Pope founded and approved of, and would put him out the unity of faith? Huh? You know, it's just so funny, Nick Carbongos.
Based. But you're not gonna see like.
I'm glad Jordan said that. That's based, yes. Yeah, not for the reason Nick thinks.
Like if they were outside of the church, they would be dealt with, a congregation for ecumenism or for for other Christian faiths. That's where they would be dealt with, and so therefore that assertion is it falls completely flat. Now, where I think the criticism can be fair, right, to be fair to people who go against SPX, is I think that there can be, particularly when it comes to maybe individual priests and individual lay people who maybe don't know, and this is why I hammer so much on Catholics knowing their faith, who don't know the positions of the SSPX or don't know the traditional faith, who can fall into maybe a mentality, right, that can be somewhat schismatic.
That's, man, if only we knew about the SSPX's history and all the people who just labeled as being mentally schismatic, because John Jacob, maybe you forgot, but the SSPX, I think, had this video where they were like, in 2013, they're like, can you go to the Novus Ordo? And they said, yes, you can! And they were like, you want to go to the SSP? They were like, personally, I would! And it said, but you don't have to, but personally, I would go to the SSP instead. I believe everything the same as them, and I highly recommend everybody go to the FSSP. Honestly, why do we even go to the SSPX anymore? Just go to the diocesan, go to the institute. I mean, there's no difference here.
Yeah, I think that is how it went.
Yeah, and they were like, the Novus Ordo was created by Protestants, and that's why it was wonderful.
Well, as a great man once said, I love the Novus Ordo.
That's right. Bishop Sanborn said, I love the Novus Ordo.
And that is why I created this.
Mom, Nick, what are you doing? Nick, I'm going on a live stream to hear myself talk high-level BS. Hey, don't mock Selahcast hosts like that. And no, my name's not Nick, it's John. It says, Mom, John, what are you doing, John? I'm going on a live stream to hear myself talk high-level BS. Man, that's just uncharitable, Candlesticks.
And what I mean by that is it's just
mainly
something that's brought about through the sin and bitterness, right? That they're understandably scandalized by the stuff that's going on, right? They're understandably horrified. And what does scandalized mean, right? We throw out that term all the time, but like we are being told things that are objectively sins. We're being told that this is normal, or at least we're given the appearance that they're normal. And that's absolutely scandalous. And so, yes, it's something that leads a lot of people kind of down that rabbit hole. And that's where I think on a practical level, they need to turn it off. I think that maybe one other area, and this is where maybe I'll
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in
Nick
the US.
Carbongos.
throw back to you is that, and this is where maybe
that ad, by
I'm
the
not
way.
an SSPX partisan, is that you do see that there are certain SSPX priests, even certain SSPX articles where they'll talk about sometimes the concern about maybe attending other groups.
Oh boy, it
this
came
has
up.
happened, right, a lot since the 1980s. First off, in the 1980s, you can kind of put yourself in the position you're being like, well, is the fraternity or the institute, are they completely compromised, right?
That's just great. Thank you, Nick Cavazos, for repeating my line for me. Unlike you peasants, we at the SSPX Modern Post 2013, we have realized after that evil video what the SSPX put out on the internet that they were just wrong. Things have changed. Things have changed. Honestly, you know what's funny about that is wouldn't Summorum Pontificum make the going to the Latin Mass everywhere worse? Because that just means even more priests have it. Like objectively speaking.
No, because we just need more priests, dude. That's all we need. We need more priests.
You're right. I'm just being a chud again. Me, my chud. It's Joe over SSPX. Need to get over ourselves and grow up hair. I guess I don't know. I heard yesterday, and I was talking about this, that the new way to be a real man, because no scientist is saying this, is to become a eunuch. I heard it boosts your testosterone. No scientist has ever said this, therefore it's true.
Why don't
Make
you
sure
try
you take
and
your
tell me
new.
how it works?
That's what I've been saying. You become just like Origin today. You've tried everything. You've taken steroids. You've done workouts, but have you tried being a eunuch? Selahcast won't hide this ancient secret truth, the high testosterone. Just cut them off.
Hey, if you become a eunuch, it will help you fight against lust.
Yeah. Become a eunuch, guys. It boosts your test. No one's saying this, so therefore it's true. This is the SSPX official position. Just kidding. Yeah, make sure y'all get eunuchized.
Sometimes you'll run into an SSPX that's like that. Nowadays, though, you don't really see that. I mean, you're maybe you'll find some articles on it, but when you talk to a lot of SSPX faithful and a lot of SSPX priests, they're just going to be like, just be careful, right? And what they're basically saying is like, you go to a local diocesan church, you might have a priest who was put in there by a bishop who very much so wants to try to like modernize all of the trads at the parish, right? Just be careful. That's where I'm at too. I'm just like, look, I don't care where you go as long as it's traditional mass and it's in the church, right? I don't care where you go. Just be careful, right? And this would just be something prudential when it.
Yeah, be prudential, man. Thank you. Yes, candlesticks. Yes. Fry the eggs. Fry the eggs. Don't just eat raw eggs. Fry the eggs. No. Fry the huevos. No balls? Yes, sir. That's what we should be saying. We here at the SSPX lop them off conference. Fucking lop them off conference. Just sounds like, yeah. You know, I shouldn't even said that anyway. Uncharitable.
It comes to any type of, you know, traditional orders and stuff like
Cut
that.
Them off.
And so that's I think where it really comes down to it. There's a whole lot more that can be said about this. And what I'll do is I can send you a ton of links if you want after this show that you can
oh boy.
one copy.
Selah, you know you're an expert when you can send 20 million, 6 million links to somebody to explain something. That's how I know the person knows what they're talking about. They're like, yeah, I can send you 30 links explaining this. Nick is already perfecting his filibuster skills. Yeah, he really does. He overdid it for his political ambitions. Why does anyone listen to him voluntarily? Good question. Why does anyone listen to Selahcast voluntarily? That's the next question. We don't have an answer.
Paste and put it all in the show notes.
Allegedly, we're entertaining.
But there's so much evidence that they're not schismatic.
Bro, there is just so much evidence. Let me tell you, I got a million links. And they're all cited by the SSPX and written by SSPX apologists. I mean, yeah, we lied about the one cardinal who said the Hawaii people weren't schismatic. But, you know, in a church that doesn't believe in schism, we totally care what they have to say about us.
That honestly, it's just quite sad. I think that the best that you can maybe try to pin on them is maybe a mentality. But it's something that if you're going to say that they're outside of the church, it's not right. If they were outside of the church...
Restart the stream? What? What's that, AP? No, we're not restarting the stream. We already made fun of you an hour and a half ago, okay? Jealous little baby. Lop them off. Lop them off. Lop them off. That's the SSPX position. No balls? Yes, sir. Lop them off. Lop them off. We at the SSPX say, who needs celibacy when you can get rid of the challenge? Be a man. Put them in a can. And something, you'll be just like Peter Pan. I don't know. Yeah.
Then here's my question. We call the Orthodox all the time, quote unquote, brothers and sisters in Christ. You hear Catholics parlance say that Protestants.
Oh, my favorite argument. Well, you see, the Novus Ordo commits a ecumenical heresy by saying the Orthodox are just like them. But look how they treat us. Look how they treat us. They're like, you're not Catholic. Oh, I'm so sad that the heretics said, I'm not Catholic. It's over. When I was living in the land of the Manichaeans, they said, you're not a true believer. And I tried telling them, I am a true believer. Let me tell you how true believer I am.
Preach it!
Welcome, Miss Happybrat. Thank you for joining our show. Don't worry, we made fun of you an hour and a half ago, so everyone's already forgotten.
No, good. We can do it again.
No.
Like John last night.
Brothers and sisters in Christ.
That was pretty good.
But yet, when it comes to the SSPX, they're dissenters, they're schismatics.
Yeah, these daggum apostates are calling us not in communion with them. I am just so offended. I totally care what the heretics have to say about me. Why can't we just get all along, man? Like, dude, this guy already has taken the eunuch testosterone booster treatment. Have you ever thought?
Can he still get people pregnant?
Of course you can, by the power of willpower. Yes, your son might look brown, but that's a coincidence.
all this preconciliar terms start popping out again, right? You see all of this show up, and the reality is it's like, if they were outside of the church, let's be honest, they are the absolute closest. So why are we not being more friendly to them? Why?
What?
I just love
Can you
this.
explain the logic?
Dude, this argument, this entire video is hilarious. By the way, I wish I would replay it, but we already replayed it 3 times. But Nick Carbongo says, all those who teach heresies, including the Pope, priests, and bishops, would put themselves outside the unity of faith. And you see, the SSPX is in the complete unity of faith because they're just in line with the old popes. Please ignore the fact that I just said a pope who teaches heresy. Explicitly, I just said that they're outside the faith.
Do you think
and therefore
the
can't be
SSPX, they're actually atheists?
Yes, that's why we believe in the origin cut your balls off treatment plan to make you a universalist like a real man.
Oh, it's getting
bring
me
them
excited.
in if they were, just like outside
Hey, woman don't have them, so why do you?
of the church if they're so close. This is one reason why.
That's the thing right there. I mean, we look at that.
This is literally a female argument. Actually, this is the unit argument. If SSPX wrong, why Orthodox and why they consider Orthodox same church? Like, what's next? If SSPX wrong, why do they say that they and the pagans are the same faith? If SSPX wrong and not in communion, totally. Why does the faith who want to be in communion with say the pagans worship our God? Huh? We're even closer to worshiping pagans. We don't just worship pagans. We lap up the feet of the statues. I will show you how much more pagan I am than they are. I am humble. I'm sorry. Sorry, Miss Happy Friend. We take the balls out of humball.
Benedict's famous meeting with the SSPX, and it seems like he talks about how he tried to bring them fully back into the fold, and he was unable to do so because they are dissenting from Vatican II. And furthermore, it seems like the SSPX says things like, the only mass to attend
Nick
is a
Carbongo's
traditional Latin
hope
mass.
is literally
the
that this
new
just
mass,
isn't true and that we're smarter now.
Eucharistic miracles take place where grace is admitted from the altar is actually harmful for the faithful to attend. So it seems like
I don't want to debate the Eucharistic miracles, okay?
Do you think that the
Don't bring that up.
reason...
In all seriousness, don't bring that up. Don't bring that up.
I was going to this equality route. Yes, they're like, hey, well, I get equal time with all the other women you're seeing. Hey,
yeah.
One of the ortho hordes. One to the SSPX. Thoughts.
The argument, though. Why are you having sex with the ortho whores? I'm even better than they are. I don't even have balls. I took the unit testosterone booster treatment. I was lied to. You're still totally my girlfriend, and we're totally in marriage. I watched John Farrell.
Stuff around it is that there's this desire to bring them fully into the fold and recognize him, but Bishop Fillet and the others who sat down, especially with Benedict.
Yeah, Bishop Fillet was so anti the union, bro. What's next? Father Schmidberger, known extremist against communion with Rome. Totally not a pontifical shoe kisser, I guess. No, I can't even say that because that's something Savonarola used. Kind of blasphemous. A known modernist synthesizer.
Didn't want to do so. So Francis,
synthesizer. I mean, to say
synthesizer.
I'm throwing them a bones.
Thank you for getting that dumb joke. Thank you. Actually. Synthesizer. Vatican II.
Nice kind of thing. But the reality is that if you talk to the SSPX,
open letter to Archbishop Marcel Effect. Oh my gosh, I've clicked too many keyboards.
They'll tell you that there are things that are supposed to be the font of all grace, which is the Eucharist in the church, is actually somehow harmful for the faithful, is actually harmful to attend. So how is that not in and of itself a schismatic act if they won't assent to the fact that the new Mass is fully, it's not just valid, it's equal in dignity.
He's an actual bishop. You shouldn't say that.
That's a great. I'm sorry for laughing at that.
We must get mad at our viewers because I hear all podcasters are required. Yes, are required to rebuke and scold. How dare you?
Hey, how dare you ever say Bishop Filet?
Now let's put it up here. See this right here? No one should ever
John
say
Jacob,
that.
are you seeing this offensive comment? Condemn it now.
Ban him from the chat. Ban him right now.
We are banning you, Cat just like we banned everyone else. Banned, double banned, and you
mods.
Why didn't I not come up with that earlier? And I'm like 99% sure you already said that, but I was just like Bishop Fish Fillet. You will repent, and I hope your penance is harsh.
Value as a traditional Latin mass. It's just another form of the Roman rite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good questions. It's like, because again, it's like, is it separating altars? And, what about Pope Benedict's statement where he says they don't have any legitimate ministry inside of the church? And
well, clearly we did a necromancy seance with Bishop, once again, with Father Ripperger watching, doing the exclusive interview with the Demon of Ratzinger. Just, which will be up on the premium Father Ripperger Demon interviews, our newest series of totally real events that happened in his life. Make sure you get your copy of Deliverance Prayers today. $10.99. Exclusively use the Steve Sensus Fidelium special. Sorry. The longer this episode goes, the more the Dayquil takes effect. How stupid this is. Honestly, I love this. The longer we're going, the better the show has become.
Yeah, maybe more people will join it.
That's a good point. We should just go all night long. And I can keep on dancing all night.
I do have the Knickerbongers archives.
That's wonderful.
So we can rewatch our old content again. Yeah!
That's wonderful. That's our Lenten penance, is rewatching Nick's content. It's been long enough. We've probably forgotten all the things he said, but we'll pretend like it's all new. Wait a second. Is Nick going to say this? See, Nick said that one time in another video that's totally not this.
Things like that. Let's address these things. So first and foremost, when it comes to this discussion on has the church been throwing them a bone? You see a lot of Catholic commentators say, well, look how much the church has done to just like welcome them in and stuff. Like they've done absolutely so much. And I'd say, well, maybe certain people, quote unquote, but again, there's that presumption again that they're outside of the church.
Wait, so why would they have to give them faculties if they're inside the church? Like goes back to the Rome has sex with the ortho whore, therefore we're even more valid. like the Novus Order religion is just so fake. It's like schism doesn't exist anyway. So why do you care what your ex, the apostate Rome, has to say about you? Like, you are in an obsessive relationship, SSPX. You need to get away from this abusive relationship with apostate Rome and come over to the girl boss Sede groups and just give up on your pride, bro. Come on.
Speaking of abusive girl bosses, let's welcome Ryan to the show.
Hello.
Wow, powerful. Powerful.
Yeah, I recently joined the HRT club. I already regret it.
We're part of our new testosterone booster eunuch plan because becoming a eunuch is how you boost your T. The scientists don't want you to know this. That's why absolutely none of them are saying it, because it's true. I was watching an anime with SEDAP last night. I realized all eunuchs are buff. This is true.
I thought you were going to say that you were watching Traps, so of course you were, John.
I mean, yeah, that's besides the point.
SEDAP saw the Trap, and he said that is gay. And John said, Traps are not gay.
And then John said, "Unix! I'm going to talk about that for the next week. I just learned that word." Oh.
No, I knew that word. I just think it's funny to claim that the newest testosterone booster program is cutting your no balls, dude. Yes, this is how we boost our teeth. That's why we constantly say no balls.
Your teeth? Boosting your teeth?
My life, I'm doing it. No balls with the new.
Wait, can I get shark teeth? Hold on. Can I get like shark teeth for a moment? Because like they can regrow their teeth, man.
Yes.
I need to get this booster. The shark teeth booster.
Brother. Amen, brother. Thank you. I'm so glad we have such European people today. We have said AP, known Anglo.
I thought he was Jewish. How about we just look at it from
I'm a Jew, what the heck?
That's even more white. You didn't know that? He's an official priest of the Freemasonic, did I say that right? The Freemason Society of Sanhedrin Pharisees, the FSSP.
No, it's Freemasonical.
Oh, Freemasonical. I forgot about that.
Yes.
I always put on my Freemasonicals to look at things.
It's the church.
You play Lego
Freemasonical. Accurately put, just certain members of the hierarchy and Catholics themselves inside of a religious group who are just working to basically equal out their differences. That's the more accurate presentation of it, as opposed to just they're outside of the church and then let's bring them all back in. But even if they were, let's argue that. Does it stand in the light of Catholic tradition that they are, right? If they were outside of the church, here's what my solution would be.
Selah.
You have
Nick Carbongo.
If they were outside of the church, would we be doing this?
By the way, let me go back to Nick.
If they were outside
give me
of
a second.
Here's what my solution would be.
Which, by the way, if you'll notice, I said this earlier, he puts his finger right next to his nose, showing that like how people with cigarettes, he is a crackhead. He's currently getting ready to insert cocaine. That's the new testosterone booster.
You have theological journals where you see Catholic theologians writing back and forth between themselves and the Orthodox, or between themselves and the Protestants.
Oh, man.
Where is that one for the SSPX?
Oh, girl, I'm writing a diary to run. Hey, we had a kind of like having our best life ever. How dare you not listen to me, X-Bro.
Well, that's actually amazing, man. That's a whole lot.
Why is my X-Bro not listening to me? We are done until tomorrow. We will be making deals again.
There is none, right? There is none. And the reason is because that would be practically useless because they're in the church. But two, let's be honest, if a lot of the faithful were to just with the see faithful. The SSPX responses, all they're going to be doing is copying and pasting, pre-conciliar popes and post-conciliar.
I still love the fact that only 10 minutes ago he said, if a pope contradicts the faith, he is out of communion with the Catholic Church. And then Nick is like, you see? And that's how we know the SSPX is Catholic, because they hold to the unity of faith. It's like, oh, so the Pope's not Catholic. And he just glazes over the fact he just said that, because he explicitly is like, if a pope, a bishop, were to say something contradictory to the unity of faith, that would put him outside of the religion. It's like, dude, are you retarded? Like, it's like every argument he ends contradicting the next one. Yes, he did. He's done this multiple times now. In his next question, he brings up a proof of why the other thesis is wrong, while basically disregarding what he just said about the previous one.
His entire position is the Consequent thesis. He doesn't even know what he's talking about, which is like the crazy
he's even dumber. He's literally the X. He's an X with Rom. He's like, Rom.
He's like, I got it. Let me speak. I've got it. He's like a Cassiacum thesis guy who became a eunuch.
Yeah! That's how you boost your T. Selahcast approved device. The doctors don't want you to know this one.
Popes side by side, and then just gonna be like, please try to answer this. I don't understand. How did we go from, a place where it's, it's the theology of return. If you're outside of the church, return to the church.
No, my friend.
Well, every authentic prayer is from the Holy Ghost. It just this weird mentality. How do we do it?
Every authentic prayer is from the Holy Ghost.
What's the theology of return? Return.
Hey, by the way, I just want to say something, Miss Happy Pride. The pontiff is the vicar of somewhat obedience.
Of somewhat obedience.
That's right, the vicar of somewhat obedience. We decide what's worthy of obedience. And I like to buy my papacy, so I say that the first council of Jerusalem was wrong, and I resist it. How dare they say that Mass is on Sunday? I will go on Monday. St. Peter was wrong. It's not worthy of my time.
180. And so the SSPX is going to be inside of the church. When it comes to the new Mass, that's an interesting point because
ad break.
Because commercials now!
Make sure you get your eunuch.
Hey, it's where STP lives. How did they get in there?
Presumably, the Mass is going to be right.
I can confirm.
Source and font of all grace. We talk about how, for instance, the Eucharist, right, which is both a sacrament and a sacrifice, but the Eucharist in and of itself is going to be the source and summit of all of our belief. And so, how could something like that be harmful for us?
I stood at the feet of the Immaculata Saint Marcel Lefebvre statue, and I say it to you now.
Oh no!
Is that what the SSPX teach? That receiving communion at a new Mass is going to be harming yourselves? I will fully admit, perhaps there's going to be certain SSPX who say that, but that's not going to be the position. The whole.
Yeah, those dang crazy old guard people who knew Lefebvre personally and were friends with him and understood his positions. They're just a bunch of lunatics. I'm like, right, guys, and that's why we're taking the eunuch SSPX route.
I mean, that's a position entirely cocked out because the entire thing with the SSPX is that the TLM is superior to the Belvisora.
Okay, I'm about to say something. Tell me if this is a venial sin to say. Who needs your balls? You have Filet and Bagriani to replace them.
Yeah, that's a venial sin.
Venus Anderson. Okay, now you must mute yourself. But I just wanted to point something out right now. Do you know how Nick is speaking for all the SSPX?
This is why sometimes you have to divorce comments by Joe Schmo Bumpkin Priest over
By
here.
the way, this is a very old video.
Hold on.
Nick Carbongos became black in the future. That's actually him on the right. He's talking to himself.
Yeah, you should get an AI like Kevin Davis and reverse the pictures.
It's like a white Jordan Porchenko, a black Nick.
The actual organization as a whole. So the SSPX is going to make the assertion, and
this
is the classic traditionalist assertion, right? What I'm about to say is not the common new trad perspective, because let's be honest, a lot of new traditionalists maybe
unlike Nick Carbongo, who's somehow been a trad less years than I have, which is like a miracle that I've only been 1 year longer at the TLM and listening to Marcel Lefebvre. It's really cursed.
Okay, something's up with the new Mass, but I don't really know what terms to throw it in. It's valid, right? That's the argument that you hear all the time. That's the only thing that really matters when it comes to whether it's good or not. Is it valid? The SSPX assertion is going to be the assertion beginning with Cardinal Ottaviani, the very first assertion, which is going to be that the new Mass, when we look at the missal in and of itself, right, not just the way it's practiced in an abuse context, but the missal in and of itself, it could be with Gregorian chant,
Father Depon now.
Just say your line!
All altar boys. Even that's going to have problems.
Oh, even that.
I would like to say that the missal, even in of itself, even on a Tuesday, even on a Monday, even on a Wednesday, even on a Thursday, even when upside down, even when right side up. Nick, get the words out of your mouth! Ah! Okay, you're good.
Problems because in three specific areas, it's really going to veil the Catholic faith. It's not going to preach something openly heretical, but it's going to veil the Catholic faith. Now, if you guys don't believe me, let me just give an explanation really and see where we're at the end of this. Their first assertion is the Muslim book now? Show the propitiatory sacrifice.
I only go to the
People might say,
Antichrist Mass of mention by
in the
Blessed
new Mass,
Catherine
right, we offer
Emmerich.
to you this sacrifice of praise, beseeching your mercy, right? It says this. Let me ask you, Jordan. What does propitiatory mean?
Beseeching your mercy.
I don't know, Nick. That's genuine. I actually really don't know.
No, that's right. That's totally fine, and that's totally fine. And the only reason I know is just because I'm homeschooled.
There he is.
But
I know
I charged my phone off that statue.
It's not a common word.
Oh my gosh, that's one expensive phone charger. Can all $21,000 for the.
Yeah, see, I was homeschooled. That's what I know about.
I know more than you because I'm homeschooled.
Oh, really? Ryan.
Wait, I'm a retard because I was homeschooled.
Ryan, I just want to say Happy Valentine's Day.
Well, happy Valentine's Day, Ryan.
I don't know who you are, but thank you, and I hope you're not gay for me. That's all I have to say.
Please be gay for him immediately.
Amen, brother.
The reason I know is just because, again, I was homeschooled and read the King James Bible, and I use that term all the time. Propitiatory basically means to appease or to, satiate. And so when we sin, right, when we individuals sin, whether that's going to be
sacrifices like
sin like 5 minutes a day,
or venial sin, any kind of sin whatsoever, we do an act of injustice against God, right? God is perfect. He's the same. His essence and attributes are the same.
Okay.
And so God does not just have justice, but he is justice itself.
We're letting him talk, so we don't blaspheme.
We offend the justice of God because we, as his creatures, created in his image and likeness, owe God justice.
God isn't justice itself.
It's one of his attributes.
Yes, but justice is something you have.
Yes, natural.
Because it's a relational thing.
And God is just so great that he's above
He's all
that.
just, but he isn't justice. I'm gonna die.
Is this like autistic infighting?
I'm autistic infighting.
Yes,
okay. I'm gonna tell myself.
Because you're homeschooled.
I'm homeschooled. I'm autistic. It's not my fault.
Now, if we owe God justice, right?
And that's why we at the Selahcast Unicization would like to offer you a fresh deal. Have you been pampered your whole life? Have you considered castrating yourself from your family, casting out into the open sea? Have you been cast off your family? Sorry, cast out of your family. Well, we won't cast you. We will castrate you off. Yeah. Be a real man. No balls. At Selahcast.com.
Terms and limited conditions apply.
Depending
You too
on
can be
whom
like
we
Nick
sin
Carbongos.
against, the justice is going to be proportionate to the crime that's been done to the person that it's been done against. So it's like this: if I was to come to your house, Jordan, and throw some windows at your car, or excuse me, throw some rock.
Throw
some windows at your car. Okay, that's a better example. What you throwing windows at my car for? What you doing that, Nick?
And I'm throwing freaking doors at your house.
I threw a potted plane at your tree.
Does it make him like a bodybuilder or something? Or like a professional shot putter?
Yes, exactly.
But if like that's what Dick did, he's like, yeah, I did track, I did shot put.
He's secretly a javelin thrower or some crap. No, we sadly know he was a cross-country athlete. Keyword cross something country runner.
It was his crossed across the country.
No, I'm rhyming something with tress after cross.
Maybe he had a good transmission in his cross country.
Interesting take. It's a mystery what I'm saying.
At your car and break your window. Well, according to justice, right, like common justice, I would be obligated to pay for your window. Not a penny more and not a penny less, but to replace that window, right? I would have to do that exactly.
That's not necessarily true.
Well,
Selah?
That would be very different.
That's literally not justices. It's also the payment of the person you have to hire to do it because you're both middle class. You don't know how to do it. And then it's, oh, my wife was in pain and shock. And
mental. Wow. Are you calling out Danny Hall? Are you calling out Danny Hall?
Yeah.
I see how this. Oh.
So it's like you don't know what life is like until you had malaria. Had malaria. You ain't even had malaria yet.
Get you out of here without that malaria, man.
Then if I was to take a rock, go to the White House, right, and start throwing rocks and smashing the president's windows, right? And the reason that'd be different is because you're great, but societally speaking, you're not on the level of the president, right? I think you're smarter than the president.
What?
I think you're smarter than the president, but
they're talking about Joe Biden. This is back when Joe Biden was president.
Wait, so if you're someone that Nick doesn't like, you can just break the law.
Yes.
He's
be
retarded.
Gay and do crime.
He really is
Crime. Be gay and do crime.
Nick Obama's like, this is the principle of double effect, to be honest with you.
If the woman was really dumb, even though it's a mortal sin, it's not a bad mortal sin. Oh, because justice. Oh. What is this? No, it's the same exact crime. This guy's such an ass.
So, do you think Nick Obama's would support like somebody shooting up like an OnlyFans girl or something? Because she didn't accept my advances, so I'm gonna kill her.
Hey, I don't know about you. I don't know. I think Nick doesn't even have OnlyFans. He has 0 fans.
Yeah. No, I said he shoots up like an OnlyFans girl. That's what I said.
He's like, how did you gain so many patrons? I'm jealous. This is justice. All those dumb men should follow my channel.
but I don't think that.
No, I don't think Trump's pretty smart. I don't know what you're getting at.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. You know, my bad. You're my bad. But it's like you're not going to be on that same level. Well, okay. That justice that I owe that person, because even if it's
justice is on levels.
What's that one pop song about levels? And Cat Can says we're
bloodlines.
Levels to my love.
I got this bloodline.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Same crime. It's going to be different because of whom I've offended. Well, God is infinite. And so therefore, when I sin against God, that crime is going to be, in a certain sense, of an infinite debt, right?
Yeah.
And I, by myself, can never repay that. That is impossible.
Oh my goodness.
There is no way for me.
He can't explain this.
Apart from grace.
No, because remember, he didn't believe in mercy. He hasn't learned about. Okay, say law. He hasn't learned about mercy yet. He didn't make his video yet explaining he finally accepted God's mercy. You have to remember, he doesn't know about it yet. Okay, he doesn't know about it. Okay, so like he's got to learn this eventually, but he hasn't learned it yet.
Hey John, do you want me to take down your stream?
No, we're still going.
Okay, fine. I was about to say something edgy.
I mean, if you want to share screen, you can. But what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say something edgy. I was gonna say something. No, it's good. No, it's just good. No.
Just say it. Just
mute yourself and then say it.
Yeah, exactly.
But
no,
no balls.
Shut up, stupid train. Good grief. No, I was about to say that the starving African children are proof of God's mercy, because if he wasn't merciful, he would have given them bountiful increase, and they would be stealing stuff right now.
That's right. Amen, brother. Amen. Hey, William Albrecht would say, "Amen, brother." Anyway, Mixer give me $12 for my new Bible reading, where I have no idea how to read the Bible, as I proved to literally the lowest common denominator, John Farrell. And you made John look smart on Selahcast, which is a really low bar. Yeah, Nick is a teacher. You can't expect him to be able to explain anything clearly. You're right, my bad. sorry. I thought he actually tried at his job.
Okay, for those who want to know how to explain it, you just read the parable of the unjust steward, who the one where he was in trouble and he beats the fellow steward up. That's all you do. Okay, there you go. Next.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Wow! It's almost like someone wrote it down for us! Wow!
No way! No way!
Now we hear that all the time, right? Jesus loves you, he died for you. What does that mean, though? When Christ came...
But say, remember, guys, Nick has not learned about the mercy of God. He hasn't made that video yet, so we don't know about this yet. So everybody play stupid as if we don't know about the mercy of God. Because this doesn't play into his argument, okay? Otherwise, you're destroying the timeline, okay?
He came down and offered himself to God the Father, and the action that he did was an action of justice and an action of propitiation. So let me break that down. Christ
I do like this,
satisfied for us in his death the justice that we can never owe. So the infinite gap of justice that we owe, Christ satisfied. And it was an action of justice motivated by charity. If viewers want to read more on this, they can go to actually Humani Generis, where...
Or they can just read the early patristics that Eric Ibarra brings forward.
Pope Pius XII is actually condemning the Nouvelle Theology on their errors on the redemption. But
Oh,
it's
yeah, I
going to be
guess you
motivated
read
by
Pope too.
charity. So Christ has charity, but guess what? It's not primarily for you. He does it in charity to his Father first, and then he does it to us. And that's something that's for us as well. But Christ loves us, but it's going to be because he loves God.
This man's retarded! Kick him off the stream!
The cross,
He
satisfies the justice of God.
I just hate the way
Or
I
he
hate this
appeases
explanation.
the wrath of God. Not saying that the wrath of God
Maybe
because it's not
but
ontological!
he satiates, right? That he satisfies
So
or
it's
appeases that
ecological
justice of God that
photosynthesis.
is
Yeah,
angered and
ecological.
wrathful.
Ecological
Because it says...
synthesis of heresies.
Because he's using equality of human nature right now. That's what he's actually referring to. He's actually
This is a
implying
very
that it's
ecological.
a universal justification of man. Ah!
Uncharitable.
No, they're very charitable. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk. No, I hate this.
Towards sin. Now check this out. Every
Check
time we
this
go to
out.
Mass, we go to the unbloodied
Check this
sacrifice
out.
of Christ on the
Check
cross.
this out, guys. Check
And
this
there's
out.
four reasons that we go to Mass: adoration, petition, thanksgiving, and propitiation. So when you go to Mass,
Wait, why is he waving his finger?
Stop taking
He's doing the
meeting
cocaine,
notes
okay?
and let ClickUp AI Note Taker
Judge a
do it
fellow
for you.
crackhead.
It allows you to focus on your
Dude,
meetings,
the
not your notes.
note taker, bro.
He's doing his nose beers.
in your intentions to
Also, what does the
unite
black
to
guy look
priest,
like? Is that somebody's
the
like
sac-
threatening him right now? And he's forced to
No, he's
listen to
currently
their
flirting with
propagandas.
Nick. He's flirting with Nick. We've
What?
seen his eyebrows raise. His eyebrows have been
Oh.
raising the whole time.
Damn.
He's been giving him the faces.
sacrifice
My
of
God,
Christ.
mercy on us.
I'm trying to ignore his
propitiatory
face for that
end, meaning
reason.
that you go to Mass to offer up Christ to satisfy the wrath of God angered at your sins. Okay. Where is that?
By the way, why? Who the heck says after that? Okay. and your sins are terrible. Your sins are garbage, terrible, and plain plain awful. Okay. It just smiles.
I'm gonna crash out.
I hope you repent. Okay.
Hey guys, do you know what the good news means for you? Wow!
You seem very positive today.
Yeah, really. Give me a second to reconnect.
I'm sorry. Where is everyone? Oh, now it's my show. Hello?
No, it's not.
It's mine.
That's the new Mass.
I will kick
In
you
the
off.
prayers, in the emphasis, in any of the way that it's practiced, please, people, show me anywhere. I am begging you, anywhere where you're going to see this concept of propitiatory sacrifice. You will hear that term sacrifice, right? Sacrifice of praise. But that's
by the way,
theologically not the same as sacrifice propitiation.
It's in the second part of the first part of the canon. Canon 1, Roman canon, Novus Ordo, first part of the canon, before the, and at the end of the night, when he was really happy. That part, it's there. Okay, go.
Oh, man. What the heck?
It's just not in the offertory.
And Luther He hated the sacrifice of
Insanely
propitiation.
fast.
He was totally fine
Man,
with
look
the
how
sacrifice
fast
of
his
prayer,
hands are
sacrifice of
moving.
adoration, sacrifice of thanksgiving.
He is on
hated the
cocaine, I know
sacrifice
it.
of propitiation. And so therefore, you're going to, in that ecumenical spirit, hearing Bunini say, let's strike from the prayers anything that can be a stumbling block to the Protestants, right? He's talking about...
Yeah, like your mom.
Actually, he
So
said
strike your mom, Nick.
something way worse.
She's a stumbling block.
He said something way worse.
That, right? Let's get rid of the propitiatory language. Let's get rid of this idea of the
Why does it look like Jordan's rolling his eyes?
wrathful God who is perturbed at sin. And let's now offer
Nick has
up a
recorded this
banquet
30
of the
different
work
times,
of
and I
human
gotta
hands
pretend to
as
be
a
extra surprised
thanksgiving and a
again.
memorial of his death. Right? That's what the new mass has become. And so therefore, the SSPX, following Cardinal Ottaviani, is going to say, it doesn't show this. It doesn't show this anywhere. And I'd say, again, viewers, show me where you see that the sacrifice of Christ is going to satiate the wrath of God perturbed at sin in the texts themselves of the new mass. Obviously, you're not going to see that in the way it's practiced, right?
It is
if you're just
there.
going to see, kind of just like this very common Novus Ordo, people kind of swaying their way down, right? And everyone's kind of talking to each other,
Hey,
throwing up
Fumo
peace signs and stuff like that.
during mass.
How do you think that you're there to offer up the sacrifice of signs and stuff like swaying
Okay,
their
look at this. He's Fumo bouncing.
way down, right? And everyone's kind of talking to each other, throwing up peace signs and stuff like that. How do you think that you're there to offer up the sacrifice of Christ?
What was that?
To repair the justice of God, angered at your sins when
He's
you're just
bouncing,
behaving this
man.
way. It doesn't make any
He's
sense.
Fumo bouncing.
So that's gonna be the first point. Second, go ahead. Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
I was gonna say on that first point then. So maybe it bleeds into the second point. But if that's where we end on the sacrifice of propitiation, then why the heck would we even say that the new mass is valid? And if they did, it's not even implicitly.
Oh, look at this guy burned him. Oh, boom, boom. Guess who said it was a valid mass? SSPX. Oh, boom, boom.
Within the new mass, it's one thing if
I'm
it's
sure
not,
he's
it's
not
not
gonna say that.
valid. Then, like, it's not. Are you saying, is society saying that the new mass actually doesn't satisfy the propitiation, like to actually sate God's wrath for our sins?
Yeah, that's a great question. So they're not going to assert that, and the reason they're not going to assert that is it's going to be Christ is going to be greater than our failures.
He did answer the
And
question.
So therefore, we're going.
Oh no,
he hasn't the whole time. Don't worry, he hasn't.
Yeah.
Hey, let him talk. He has to give the background.
Yeah, let him cook, as in burrito would say. Let him cook.
Typically, he has to do a 10 to 20 minute background before giving his answer.
Okay.
That will be answered in 10 seconds without explaining why he answered that way.
The society is going to assert that the new mass is going to be valid because, first and foremost, in sacramental theology, validity is very easy to attain, and it's just going to be shown in basic catechism.
I just like the fact he debates like some dumb liberal. He's like, the Second Amendment is wrong. I mean, have you heard of guns? Like they shoot things and the ammunition. Like, oh my gosh, it's terrible. Like gun violence? Wow.
Form, matter, minister, and intention. If the form, right, this is my body, this is my blood, is there.
Literally?
If the matter, right, grape juice with the drop of water.
Did he just say grape juice? Did this guy really
Holy
say
cow, this guy knows nothing!
He said grape juice.
What? For real?
Remember, he hasn't gone to the Novus Ordo yet either, in this interview. He hasn't gone to it once.
Well, actually, Chud, wine is technically a type of juice.
That's right. He's a Baptist now.
Water and not grape juice. This is my Protestant days wanting to show up all of a sudden, just be like, grape juice. Well, it's also because I'm a Welch's fan. Not gonna lie, I had red wine the other night, and I immediately ordered Welch's after that.
God bless you.
But
he's good.
So it's like if those are there, and form, matter, minister, right? It's a validly ordained priest, and intention, right? The intention not to do theology perfect, but merely just to do what the church has always done, right?
What?
If that is present, then it's going to be valid, 100%.
That's good, by the way, a copy
it's
pasta
valid
from
doesn't
the
mean it's
SSPX.
be good. Now,
that's literally the opposite of what Ottaviani said.
Maybe perhaps what you'll do,
yes,
what you could
knows
find
that
is that a priest who's really poorly formed and just starts to add all of his own stuff and has no concept of just even what the basic intention of the church is to do, that it could be invalid.
Yeah, like Nick
especially if the
Kabongo's
priest
not
is
having a
messing around
costume
with,
for a
like,
girlfriend.
That's
you know,
right.
let's
He
call
doesn't
it
even
create,
know
you
what
know,
it's like to have a
the
girlfriend.
improper
He
bread or
doesn't even
something
like
like that, or
intend to have a
what I
girlfriend.
just said, literally grape juice or something like that wouldn't be good.
Grape
They're gonna make that
juice.
assertion, but they're going to
Okay,
say
what about
that
the pizza Coke mass?
a
Is that
Catholic
valid?
rite is not supposed to only give glory to God, but it's also supposed to express the
I think
Catholic
it's valid.
faith to the laity,
That's
to be
fine.
almost like a visible,
Father,
living
I mean,
catechesis.
it's satisfied.
Where do you see this, right? Do the
It satisfies my
Catholics
belly.
know that
That's right.
sacrifice?
I love that clip of Father Murr.
But then what
He's
you're
like,
going to
I
see
just
is that
grabbed the
on the
pizza
heels of that
slice and
first
I
point,
ate
you're going
it.
to see these two others. The second being is that you're going to see a reduction or a veiling of the sacerdotal
Hey,
priesthood.
don't worry, guys. It wasn't
that
even cherry Coke.
the
It's
priest
just
is the
generic
unique
Coke.
priest, right? He's the unique offering
I
minister
thought you
up
said
there,
Monique.
right?
I was like, the
And that
Monique
we
cake.
participate internally with our intention, but it's the priest who's ultimately the one offering the Eucharist. When we look at the actions of the new Mass, check this out, you guys. Eucharistic.
Check this out.
It's
Whoa.
Check this out, you guys.
I just built a budget
He really
account
is just a boring teacher. He's like, hey,
This is more
in the
interesting than Nick Kabongos.
check this out, you guys. Check this out, you guys.
Oh.
Check this out, you guys. Have you checked this out, you guys?
Have you checked that woman out, you guys?
Well, good night and Godspeed.
Check out this woman, guys. Good night, Tom Earl.
Oh.
It's only alcohol I
Unmistakable.
consume. Seems wrong with me.
Yeah, I don't know why Nick is like throwing a hissy fit about wine. But then I look at Nick and I look at him like, oh yeah, that's right. It's
Oh,
Nick.
he was a twink back then. It's pretty bad. He turned into a Jordan Pachenko.
I thought you guys call him like Jordan Peterson or like Jordan like my Orthodox friends.
Jordan Peterson's not that fat. But look at Pachenko. He looks like a Muslim with his weird ass beret he's wearing.
It's not an abuse if you're going.
He's like, yes, brother, yes. Tell me about the SSPX. Yes, brother, yes. Have you read the Hadith about Marcel Lefebvre?
Okay.
I read there's a sphere about him.
I read the Bible upside down and right side up. Memorize. I am a Sheikh contest.
No.
About the letter of the law, right? Lay people
Yeah,
reading
brother.
from the lector, right? The gospel, sometimes, unfortunately, but more commonly, right? The two readings, right? These are going to be something where it's going to reduce the role of the priest. And you might say, well, how does it really reduce the role of the priest? I mean, he's still the one, going up and offering the sacrifice. Here's why. The readings are going to be first and foremost part of the sacrifice of praise given to God. That's why in the traditional Mass they're always done on the altar, right? And they're always done by the priest. And so therefore, when you see the lay people now taking some role which is supposed to be sacrificial, reading the words of Christ on the altar, and they're now taking it off the altar.
What about the deacon?
Okay,
No, invalid.
Okay, what if they read the gambits? Okay, how about that?
Valid.
Is a solemn high mass invalid because the deacon reads the gospel?
Yep, 100%. And they didn't use grape juice.
Exactly. This is clear. I read this one time on the SSPX.org FAQ.
That's why they
on
don't
the
do
ambo,
solemn mass.
and a non-priest is now reading.
It's not on the SSPX.
It's
frequently
veiling
asked
these
questions.
true Catholic things, and
sidebar.
again, a Catholic rite is supposed to express the Catholic faith. It's veiling these things, and we're not even talking about stuff just like the laity can now touch Christ in the
Selah.
Eucharist, which is just so insane to me.
He just messed up with the presentation. Is supposed to be like what it's doing. It's called Lex Orandi, Lex Credendi. The way you pray is the way you believe, not the way it looks is the way I believe.
Yes, Brother Kakans.
Well, as my own mom said, if it looks good, it must be right. So
yeah.
You see, Kakans. Miss Happy brought us a Muppet.
John,
you are getting
think about
exposed.
Think about it. If you dress in the proper vestments and do mass at tea, it looks good, so you must be doing a valid mass.
Hey, Ryan, Brother Ryan, have you read the Gambit?
Oh, no.
I read from page 10 upside down. Kyoko said, She giggled nervously at the cover. Whoa!
So beautiful.
I'm pretty sure Jordan is regretting having this dude on.
I like them as
Yeah, he literally looks like he wants to kill himself. He's like, what have I done?
Yeah, he went from glad trap
Don't
to sad trap.
Yeah.
He's like the whole time. He's like, no wonder this guy gets no girls.
He's not even a part of the PW Army. He's not even part of the PW Army. Where like the entire motto is no friends, no wife, no hope or whatever.
You see?
No.
You see it. I see what you are saying.
Or they can distribute him out.
And you'll be like, this guy,
Whoa.
young hot dude of the PW Army. He's not a young hot dude on fire for the lab ass. He's not.
That's right.
He's just a hater.
Things along that nature. And it's just an absolute, it's so sad. But then the last thing, and this one I think is the thing that we can maybe hit home with a lot of Catholics, because these first two things are a little bit more abstract, right? Because again, most Catholics don't know about propitiatory sacrifice. It's the way that the new Mass Missal in and of itself treats the Blessed Sacrament. So first and foremost, it starts to make an imbalance where you see on an abstract
did a better job talking
it puts
about
a ton of emphasis on Christ in the altar, a ton of emphasis of Christ in the faithful and in the Word.
I prefer
Now, while those things are
reading
true,
of the document,
Christ is going to be first and foremost and primarily reflected.
Well, that's because I didn't teach myself by being homeschooled.
And when you see that the way he's treated,
hey, I read an SSPX. I watched the SSPX podcast, so you could say I'm pretty much an expert.
Two examples.
That's right.
The Old Mass, I think there's something like
I don't need no
14
seminary.
genuflections.
I
There's
watch
not two
SSPX
in the Mass.
podcast. Ordain me now.
You go from a ton of signs of the cross over the Blessed Sacrament, which tell you that this is a propitiatory action. All but one is removed. The priest no longer has to keep his canonical digits together, right, to prevent particles from falling away. This is something in the rubrics. I actually have a list right here, a short list. You mind if I actually read
a short list?
Oh no!
That you find.
It will be as short as Nick Carbongo's ego.
Man, that's pretty.
We'll be here for 4 years.
I was about to say it's actually taller than the Empire State Building. Do you know this?
It's really taller than me.
It's actually taller than the Abu Dhabi skyscraper. If you didn't know.
Yes, I believe it.
You know the world
Abu Dhabi skyscraper.
Yes, just that one.
The Abu Dhabi Shing Sang Bong
skyscraper. A lot of people, I think, again, just don't know. Maybe they're just
the reason why he doesn't have any women is because women struggle to climb his ego.
not aware of.
I think he just needs to shot the
hedgehog
girlfriend, honestly.
You can find
That's
in and
right.
of itself that is absolutely insane.
He needs to accept
Too
Sonic
quiet.
Chew
Turn
into
your
his
sound
heart.
from 100% to 600% with Sound Pusher. Just hit.
So here's an example.
Just turn your eardrums today.
Right, of some of the insane things. So I'll go through them. There's first
Nicholas
off an elimination
Sonic
of all
Chuvasa.
but 3 genuflections, right? There's 14 in the Tridentine Mass. There's an elimination of the purification of the priest's fingers over the chalice. So for those of you guys who go to the traditional Mass, or if you're like a server like me, the priest has
Like
to
me
purify
with the
his
beard that
fingers
goes against
over the
the Roman
chalice so that
rubrics.
any types of our Lord's particles can fall in and be
Look,
consumed.
Fam had a
That's
beard
all omitted,
once.
right? The priest no longer has.
Do you think that's the real reason he keeps facial hair? Thinks he
No, I
looks
think
like
he literally does it to look older. He's a baby. Such a
I know,
baby's
but you look younger than me.
This picture looks so like cursed.
I look
he
like
looks
a burnout 20-year-old. I look
Oh,
like
he's
a burnout
casting
20-year-old.
a spell right now. Look at him.
He's doing the white woman pose. When they're going to give you like their worst
Yeah,
thing possible.
queen!
I can't do that.
Yes,
Yeah.
queen.
Meanwhile, the black man's like, oh no, he just pulled out like the white woman move on me.
By the way, for all those who missed Selahcast and the kill stream yesterday, Nick basically did rant about the fact his lack of woman, and then projected it on all of his political takes last night. He was like,
"What are you talking about?
Are the blame for society? It's women who are the blame for the LGBT. It's
women are the cause
blame
of
for the
me.
church."
The women are the reason why my right hand is not safe for me at nighttime.
Dating women is gay type of guy. Nick Carbongos will only accept a woman who can climb his ego all the way to the top.
I'll be honest with you.
Let me be honest with you. That's impossible.
To keep his canonical digits together, and he can now freely touch profane contact after the consecration, right, with these fingers, right? Once Christ is present, he cannot take these fingers apart, right? He can only touch Christ, but now he can touch anything with these things. Here's some other examples, right? There's no purification of any kind required if a host is dropped on the floor, right? In the Tridentine Missal, the procedure is that if the consecration would be fallen, you would have to, pour water. You'd have to do these different prayers and sacramental cleansing rituals. Now, the New Mass General Missal in paragraph 239 says it should just be picked up reverently. Here's some other examples, and I'll keep going on. Communion, right, can be received standing. Sacred vessels no longer have to be gilded on the inside at all, right? They don't have to be gilded. So the part that our Lord's body, blood, soul, and divinity are touching, no, doesn't have to be our best, doesn't have to be gilded. The pall, right, which is put on top of the chalice.
Are we even part of the unity of faith anymore, Nick?
The purification of the sacred vessels.
Yeah, none of this matters, by the way. That's his actual position.
No longer have to be.
No, it isn't.
No longer have to be done. It has to be done on the corporal, right, on that consecrated cloth. There's no longer 3 altar cloths that are required, right? There's just reduced down to 1.
It just sounds like he's bitching that things are different.
After the consecration.
It does. Based on the fact that he's SSPX, it really does.
And now that the football doesn't have blind hits from the back, it's like what are we even doing here? And then they have these pro-racist slogans and the forward pass. It's like, I know it's the football.
But I would like to declare I am a full fan of this NFL, and how dare you say that it's garbage? I'm a full-fledged fan.
No, they have grape juice instead of footballs.
So true.
They have grape Gatorade.
Mass, the people say that they await the coming of the Lord. That's something that's concerning, right? You see, again, some other examples is that the priest, right, he's the one who consecrates, adores, and then makes the elevation in the Tridentine Mass. So the priest, by the power of Christ, commands the host to become Christ, and then immediately he genuflects and then presents it to the faithful. In the new Mass, the priest commands the host to become Christ.
I was about to say, no, he does an elevation.
He does. He elevates it. That's Christ being lifted up onto the cross.
Like a small difference, but in the Tridentine Mass, immediately as it becomes Christ, he bows. In the new Mass, he doesn't bow.
Yeah, he literally watched SSPX answer.
That's actually not true. Selah. He just got the rubrics wrong for the 2000. This is 2011 rubrics, right? It literally says you genuflect. It literally says genuflect in the missal.
Well, I do also know he's wrong about one other thing with the responsorial hymns, because until you come again, it's one of the optional hymns. It's not mandatory. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
You mean to say he's never gone to a Novus Ordo?
He probably doesn't even know that you can do the Apostles' Creed instead of the Nicene Creed at the Novus Ordo. He probably doesn't even know that.
Now that I realize it, that always confused me, by the way.
On the Novus Ordo, so
I would like to say that always confused me, because I wondered what creed he was doing at the Novus Ordo. I'd be like, wait a second. I don't know this one. Wait, my bad. Mixed them up again.
Yeah, I used to say the Nicene Creed when we were saying the Rosary at home, and my parents were like, what are you doing? It was like, light from light, and true light from true light, and the bright light in the ceiling from the bright light in the ceiling.
Blessed be the holy name of God.
Yeah, don't go any further. I'm good. Don't go any further.
These are just a few examples that we can give to show that the new mass
Nick
in and of
Carbanos has
itself
never gone to
is
the
going to
Minnesota,
be
though. It's great.
weakening the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. So these are just a few examples that we could give. But the SSPX is going to say, when it comes to going all the way back to your question.
Oh, thank you. He finally went back to the question. It's only been how long?
We did.
This is something which is dangerous in the long-term effect. While it may not preach heresy, right? Because there's nothing in the new mass that's going to preach open heresy. Christ is not the Son of God. Mary is not the Mother of God or anything.
No, it's just the homilies, bro. So it's okay.
It's not going to say that, but that over time, your Catholicity is going to be veiled and it's going to be affected. And I think that's clear because, again, where do you see propitiatory sacrifice in the new mass? Where do you see this idea of, Eucharistic reverence in the text itself? You might have good priests, right, in the new mass, and there's absolutely thousands of good priests in the new mass, right, who are trying to mass and have no fault against them. I'm not trying to judge them.
Nick
But it's
Carbanos really got radical in like
doesn't
2
even
years.
say that you have to keep your canonical digits together. You have to use gilded edges for these types of
evil.
in the you want to follow the rubrics themselves. You wouldn't do any of these things, and so the SSPX is going to say you can still receive grace at the new mass, but we can't, and they're going to say we can't command you or forbid you to go to the new mass because we don't have that authority, but we're not going to recommend that. We're not going to recommend you go because it's going to damage
the church
you
that leads you to hell
right?
is the church.
So sometimes the assertion is unfairly say the SSPX forbids you or says you can't go to the new mass.
They
They
just
don't
say
do
you
either. They
shouldn't.
just say we can't
say you
recommend it,
shouldn't.
right?
They don't say you can't go. They just say we don't recommend it. Oh. Hey, don't go to a gay bar, guys. I'm not saying I said you can't. I'm just saying I don't recommend it.
I don't recommend going to a gay bar. You might get drugged.
That's right. That's the exact problem I was thinking of.
You might vision.
Well, I can say that there are at least 2 people in this stream right now that I know would consider going to a gay bar.
Oh, yeah.
Me! These 2! Oh, sorry! Oh, okay.
For structural reasons, we can't recommend it.
Specifically, Miss
And
Attenborough.
here are reasons why. It's baked into the text itself. Your Catholicity is going to be hurt.
Man,
And
it's
so
cooked.
that's the way that they're going to respond to that question. So does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, it makes sense.
I have no
It
idea
only
what you
took him
just said.
20 minutes.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna go forever. I guess we have time for one more.
Man, that felt like a real.
I like how he does a business.
Man,
It's
we're
like you're
going
taking too
forever.
long. You're taking too long.
We're definitely
He's
doing a
like,
part
thank
2
you.
because these
I
are
just think it out.
amazing.
Sure, yeah, no worries.
All right, so I hear these arguments. I've heard valid, deficient. You've given a pretty good explanation of these 3 pieces and why the society might not recommend. But here's the thing: even in the years of Traditionis Custodes, the reality is that we have a fraternity of St. Peter. We have an Institute of Christ the King. There are still diocesan Latin masses. You yourself attended diocesan Latin mass. It seems like if there's so much confusion around the SSPX, why not just go ahead and go, listen, until they kind of get themselves figured out?
This is a
Are you struggling in
genuine
your calculus class? Do
Are
you have
you?
a hard time understanding your instructor? Do you wish that
Vasectomy is for you.
Nick Carbanos.
Get a lobotomy today.
Are you sorry because your instructor doesn't teach you well? But don't
Yeah,
father.
that was recommended via Nick's watch history. Nick, the terrible calculus teacher.
Go with the fraternity. Like I have everything I need to in the fraternity, and they are.
No, this is a serious
fully, they're
question
not
for
canonically
Nick.
irregular. They do have
Like, well, what's the purpose of the
it's a
SSPX?
different.
If this is all, if what all Nick said, what's the purpose of the SSPX?
They smell better.
Why even bother with the SSPX at all? It seems like we're
That's
doing
right.
all this
They put
kind
on
of
better
high
deodorant.
theological, the canon law of the church, but it seems just a lot easier just to go to some place that I know for a fact my bishop approves of. If my bishop's still my ordinary, if the society still prays for the bishop,
I just love the fact that this.
in the
I
mass,
just love the fact that this guy is like bringing forward pretty much the fact Nick didn't answer a single question of any of this. He's just coping.
all this kind of stuff, then why not just go to a place where the bishop actually approves of them instead of like here in Colorado where Archbishop Aquila doesn't recommend that I as a Catholic go to St. Isidore's. He says it won't fulfill my Sunday obligation, and that's the society's very beautiful church.
Selah, that is you don't understand that we're really good friends with the ordinary, and we did another necromancy. And we talked to the former.
Did you know that Nick Kabongo is part of the Society of Judas Iscariot? That's right.
Out there on the plains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a very fair question because it's something that, again, it's like it plays upon the, I would say, good Catholic instincts that we all who love tradition and who love
disregard those now.
Holy Mother of the Church ought to have, right? But I'd say where this comes down to is that while I am definitely a unite the clans person, right? So it's like I very much so believe that all the traditional groups need to recognize that we are in a fight of
we don't need to exist.
And though while unite we may have differences and they are legitimate differences, we have to recognize that we're talking about people's souls and the souls of the church, right? Christ will not abandon her church, right? And all of this time that I've been Catholic,
abandon her church.
Where it's like I see the craziness,
Did I hear that right?
And you have those seeds of doubt infused.
Did he say
by
Christ will not abandon her church?
But
yeah, he thinks of the church as a physical institution.
And giving his remnant
that wasn't his
graces and the faith necessary to preserve, especially when you're living.
Currently, earlier, earlier he clearly stated that those outside who are heretics are outside of the bonds of the church. And that's why Sedevacantism is wrong. Because you see heretic popes are inside the church. Thank you for my TED Talk. It's a very confusing question. Let me confuse you some more.
To answer your question, Ryan, yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
Oh, nice.
Hey, John Jacob, that was very not Nick Carbongo style answer of you. Re-say that in a Nick Carbongo statement so I'm not confused.
Okay, well, so first of all, we have to understand. So Nick Carbongo.
And you gotta say, now wait a minute, here's the good part. It's coming up. He's on first base. Wow.
So he was originally a Protestant. So we have to go.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, he was originally a Protestant. And, you know, he's been educated. He was actually homeschooled.
Wow.
And we'll get back to that.
I'm glad we're getting back to that, guy. I'm really glad we're getting back to that. I had completely forgotten. Did you know he's homeschooled, Teddy P?
What?
I know.
Tell me more.
To get back to that.
And you know, he missed a lot. I think I should make a video later about that. That's too much of a topic to get into right now. We could make another video.
I love that part of the video. I'm going to make another video about the Sedevacantism opinions, and I never did because I just didn't.
That was going to be one of the things I was going to make fun of Dan Davis for. Oh, that's a video for another day.
Why does Nick Apostles have more lore than me? I have lore for literally everything.
No, this guy's esoteric.
He's like the Tolkien of our age.
I just can't wait.
He has a similarity for every single saga of his life.
I can't wait for one day to watch Selahcast in the future and be like, man, John was the worst person ever. We're doing an investigation into John's disgusting life.
Yeah, that's why we can't have you talking to people.
That's right.
You can't talk.
Well, you see, in a homeschool, you see, I was homeschooled, and home in the dictionary means shelter. And you see, they sometimes called people sheltered, and you see, you do use the rhymes of swelter, helter skelter. It's all a demonic one.
Hey, at least you were not predestined to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That's all I have to say.
That's a good point.
So talking about that guy, he's supposed to come up at some point.
The reason that the SSPX I do believe is still needed is that while I do believe that the normative and normal Catholic life should be right,
great point.
Like for instance, I'm a huge fan of the Institute of Christ the King. I absolutely love the Institute.
God bless that lace.
Yeah.
What? I like wearing. God bless that lace. It sounds like the most gay man thing ever. Man, I love the ICSP wearing that lace, bro.
Well, actually, John, you know who stood against lace vestments? Francis.
That's right. That's right. Pope Francis. Stand man.
Pope Francis.
who rejected the Novus Ordo sacraments on his deathbed.
He said, "These are not real sacraments. I need to make an act of a perfect contrition right now. The perfect act of perfect contrition."
I'm telling you,
perfect.
I'm telling you, Francis is a saint, and you guys are all gonna look so foolish when you guys die and go to hell, and he'll be looking down at you. You'll be like, "Please, Pope Francis, please, just give me a drop of water."
You'll make fun of that, but when he's canonized, you'll all be sorry. I'm still doing
you'll be weeping. You'll be weeping tears after venerable pedophile was granted his authorization. By the way, I showed this and he's like, "I don't have to obey that. You're just like the Orthodox." I was like,
"What?"
I was like, "Do you not read Pine Sap?" I was like, "I thought you were a Pine Sap fan. This guy's stupider than I thought. Sorry."
Okay, I got a question for you guys. Who will become the next doctor of the church? Christian Wagner, freaking
Alex Dorado, don't forget him.
Yeah,
he's a dark horse in the race.
Who is Nick Fuentes' theologian? I can't remember the dude's name.
The classical theist.
Yes, classical theist. Michael
He's
Lofton. Nick Cavazos. So, out of those guys, who do you think will become the next doctor of the church?
Guys, I'm gonna say it. Alex Dorado is into dark horse. I mean, he's a dark horse. My bad. Slip of the tongue. Am I right?
So you say to Yusame or whatever you call it, like the horse anime.
Yeah, he's into dark horse.
Actually,
I mean, he's a dark horse in the race. Okay.
John, you're thinking about the wrong person. You're thinking of Michael Lofton.
Uma Suma. Yeah. Michael Lofton loves Uma Suma. It's his favorite game.
Do you think there's gonna be like a Novus Ordo with Mambo?
Mambo. What's the one that means speed? Forget what the Japanese word is for like speed and going fast. It's Boshikin or whatever. Like Bosch something.
Yeah, it's Blaziken. It's Blaziken.
No, it's the one that's like Bosch.
No, it's Blaziken because Blaziken gets speed burst.
You weebs are. This is too high IQ.
Too esoteric.
An esoteric thesaurus I've been reading.
The esoteric tarot card with Charles Cologne.
Whoa.
Hey guys, I just found out that
apparently
I have a wife because I just got a spam email saying that my wife needs SAI.
School of Infantry?
It's like I saw someone the other day, they were like, "What's their charism? Is it like Baroque?" And I said, "No, I think it's lace." I think that's
and Nick's like, "That's the woman I'm into."
Wait, what's the difference?
Nothing. Hey, if it ain't Baroque, don't fix it. Ain't I funny, guys? And you see why that's funny is because if you read...
Don't explain. Just kick him in the shins.
And if you read in the dictionary about kicking in the shins, it hurts a lot.
I've never been kicked in the shins before.
Oh! Wally!
their charism. They do liturgy better than literally everyone. It would just be amazing if like an institute priest was to become pope, because that'd be like, oh wow, we're just gonna it's just gonna be amazing. Whatever we're gonna have.
My favorite part of the institute was when Mike Parrott caught them using lipstick in a procession. I was like, finally, the drag show.
No, did that ever really happen?
You not remember that Mike Parrott post? Yeah, Institute, so base. And that's like one of their seminarians has like red lipstick on.
What a faggot.
What? Pope Francis was right.
Pope Francis was right.
Vindicated.
I think the funny thing with Francis is that he was actually bashing the Ecclesia Dei communities more than like the SSPX, which is like ironic.
Hey, it's like one of like the bad characters in the Bible, just
he liked the SSPX, but he legitimately hated Burke and like all those people, which is like
we have to be honest, that is popular.
And I think that their charism is great. But to be fair to them and to I also have no ill will against and love, and I go to their masses if I'm ever by a church of theirs.
Ooh, Wix website.
The suspension is killing me. What was he gonna say?
I think where the SS.
My favorite part of the Institute was that one scandal from years ago when they controversial John Farrell was proven against. I love Catholic intimacy. That's my favorite part. I'm Nick Carbongos. Whenever I'm in Cincinnati, I go to the Institute.
Actually, I have definitive proof that the Institute's good. You know why? Because one of the guys that goes to the Institute in St. Louis is one of Nick Fuentes' top guys.
Base.
He's the guy on top of
base pedophile. Base pedophile, bro.
Base Sue.
Yeah, just like the Catholic Family Podcast.
I wish I had Nikki's girl. I wish I had Nikki's girl.
Where can I find a tranny like that?
Man.
All right, where can I find a trap like that? My bad.
SSPX is there is because in the world that we live in right now, we have to be honest with ourselves and say that they're
Catboy Cammy, another one.
Yeah. Where can I find a catboy like that?
Catboy Cammy is what, Australian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I never thought about who should date Catboy Cammy?
Who?
Our great Australian friend.
Who?
Mickle?
Oh.
Yeah,
the guy who stood up. What I called the priest a Jewish shill.
Dude, do you know what happened recently? Was like some recent scandal that happened around I think like January or something.
No, what?
With Mickle? There was a clip of him surfacing saying that he wants to be clubbed inside. I'm just like, you're such a faggot, dude.
What?
Yeah, it's real.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe he's already dated Catboy Cammy.
Are going to be.
Selah. We have just gotten a new comment from Thaddeus Brzezinski. Yeah!
Oh no. Is he on our screen right now?
When our Lord's wrath comes upon you for your unrepentant, arrogant rejection and hatred of his beloved Popes John Paul II and Benedict XVI, you won't be laughing and mocking with a Muppet. Yay!
That's
You will pin that to the profile and thumbs up and like it.
Make your heart reacted.
Yeah, I did. It's in the chill stream.
For you who do not have the traditional Catholic faith in view and in its best interests, and so therefore are going to make any assertions that they can to shut them down. And I don't just mean maybe a misguided bishop, but maybe this can be a segue into our part two, talking about maybe some more of the better arguments, the letters of what they said. But
Byzantine, I forgot he's a Byzantine.
Right? Cardinal Roach saying that
he
it's
condemns
not
the
traditional
TLM.
Mass which is the problem, but it's the theology which it represents. That is just absolute hermeneutic of rupture and goes against every single thing that any type of theology student is going to be going for. And so where the SSPX is there is it's that stopgap between absolute obliteration. Because while on the one hand, I do believe it is more, I'd say while it's more ideal that you be in a situation where you're really close to your bishop, and bishops like that in the world, I do think that there's also these emergency situations where it's like they're
emergency situation.
Well, this is kind of proved that WM reviews right that like Oticum is kind of like a meme at the end of the day.
Oh, I just love the way he says this word.
I do think that there's also these emergency situations where.
Oh, I know there's emergency situations. Yeah, I do.
He sounds like some sassy girl.
Like
He's
that
like,
in the world. I do think that there's also these emergency situations where it's like there is no option for
what kind of situations?
Emergency situations.
Ah, what kind of situations?
Emergency situations.
This is when you need to clip this and just like, oh, emergency situation.
Oh, don't worry, Seti, you can clip as much as you want out of this 4-hour show.
And maybe the bishop has shut down all of them in our diocese.
You can!
And this is the only option that we have. Right? It's like, for instance, I really love my bishop. I really love where I go to mass in a diocesan setting.
I love the
But I know that if it was all to be just shut down by a bureaucrat in Rome, right, cosplaying as a bishop, I'd be immediately at the SSPX because it's.
Oh, he's about to say, this is not how don't forget, this isn't how he reacted. When his Latin Mass was banned down, he was like, and I'm angry now. And in this video, he's like, and I would just go to the SSPX. Take that, Bishop.
Yeah.
Like that's the only way for me to preserve in good faith because I have to keep that unity of faith. And so I'd say, while on the one hand, it's absolutely ideal to be in those situations, I think that you can go to all of them in good faith. One, because Rome really does say that you can. But also just because
so now
they
Rome
do
counts?
provide that stopgap
Wait,
between, you know.
When Rome agrees with me, Rome is right.
Iraq and total annihilation.
Yeah.
And I think that that's where they're going to be necessary.
Hey, Rome
And
is friends with benefits.
In the long end of it all, I
for
think
Nick
that really when
Carbongo's
we dig
position,
down into
or some crap, I don't know.
whether it's the theology that I brought up tonight or the practicality that I brought up tonight, really the SSPX is going to be that stopgap of saying, or in that check and say, no, we can't go forward, right? When you talk to a lot of fraternity priests, when you talk to a lot of institute priests, though the institute and FSSP may not be on the same.
Oh man, donate to Israel, guys.
Hello.
In
My
case you
name
didn't
is
remember,
Jacob
guys.
Elijah.
Hey, that's Jake the
right?
Cup, by the way. Make sure y'all donate to Jake the Cup's Israel form. That's actually how he looks.
Paper of where the SSPX is going to be, a lot of them are going to agree, right? Essentially, but the problem is that, you know, they kind of do sacrifice that full canonical stature, but they give up. They have to trade that for silence.
Statter.
Right?
Do you have full canonical maniacal statter? I gave up on
it's kind of pick and choose which one do you want, right? And that's in silence, right? Whereas it's kind of pick and choose which one do you want, right? And that's unfortunately the time that we're in. And so I just encourage all the faithful, you know, to be easy with their fellow Catholics who go to the SSPX. And if you do go to the SSPX, be easy with them who don't, right? And recognize that
you like terrible to each other, guys.
Do not
You
lose
must
hope.
recognize and
The
resist.
biggest thing
the
I can
SSPX.
recommend is that if you're wanting to remain a faithful Catholic and not apostatize in either Eastern Orthodoxy, Protestantism, there's a lot of Catholics who are just like, I may as well become atheist. But then it's like, you're in this weird place because then you're a conservative atheist and then there's really no point. You're like, I don't get this. It's like, here's what I recommend you do. I think that, or
difference between
three
SSPX
things.
and atheism.
One,
I don't
you
understand.
need to find good community, right? Good traditional
find good
friends
community,
to be
said
with.
it too.
And when I say good community, I don't just mean hang out. I mean, go to mass.
Did he take
pray with
this
them?
advice?
Study
Remember,
with them,
this is
and
before his
turn off
depression
your
arc.
televisions. Turn off your televisions. Turn off bad, evil things coming through your computer. Right? Shut them down
John.
because those.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Turn off that anime about the eunuchs, John.
So you have to shut
Yeah.
those down and be in good community. Second, you have to fill
Yeah,
your
John,
heart
stop
and soul,
that.
your intellect and your physical body, if you will, with the teachings of the church. And it's not.
See, well, if only Nick Carbongo had listened to this smart young man right in front of us. What's his name again? Do you remember, Seti, this guy's name?
The guy on the right, the grad clad.
Oh no, what's the guy on the left's name? Because I wish I could show this video to traditional.
Jordan Pachinko.
You're right,
just
you're right.
going to cut it doing catechism. Catechism is great, right? And that's the normative thing for the lady, but that's not going to cut it anymore. You need to sit down and read the theological manuals that were before the council, right? You need to find good Catholic priests who can help teach you these things, right? You need to do this.
This
If
guy
you-
is actually worse
We
than
all
Christian
need to
B.
become
Wagner.
scholastics, guys.
This guy is worse than Christian B. Wagner.
Guys, you gotta be interested in what I'm interested in, okay?
Man, I don't want to become gay.
I want it to be consensual when I'm gay.
Ooh, that might be something Nick's interested in. You don't ask me.
That's right. Just soak in these good catechisms. We often talk about the Roman Catechism and the
Ooh,
Council
I'm
of Trent,
soaked.
but there's so many other ones. Baltimore Catechism,
so I'm supposed to
Catechism of
read
Pope
every
St. Pius
single
X.
catechism?
One of my personal.
Yes, because they literally made Nick Cavazos and a bunch of other SSPX like threads made this entire catechism series that's literally like 10 volumes of just straight catechisms. Why this exists, I have no reason. I have no understanding what it's even for. Guys, we have like a whole volume set of catechisms.
All right, so what all catechisms? The Catechism of the Council of Trent. Sure,
Yeah. No, it's like every synod catechism too. Like local ones. It's like literally all of them.
Oh, brother. Did they include the foreign catechism? Did they just translate it?
This guy stinks.
We need the Filipino catechism. We need to listen to the Japanese
Tagalog.
catechism.
Hey man, we should create an English version of Tagalog.
Yeah, we need the Egyptian catechism. Let's throw in the Hungarian catechism.
No, I bet that is what it is, because it's 10 volumes worth of just straight catechisms. I can't imagine being the guy who bought that. You're like, oh man, I need all of these to understand the faith.
No favorites.
What? They said the same thing as the last one?
A fellow third order Dominican brother of
What? Twist!
Yeah, but they worded it.
He's Matthew.
You're like reading them like freaking like adult fiction or something. You're like, what? On page chapter 2, plot twist. Oh.
You read one and it's just well, I prefer the wording in this other one. This one's not as good. And then you create your own abridged catechism by just cutting out your favorite pages from each one and putting them together.
Yeah, it turns out it's just the Council of Trent's catechism.
No, but the way that the Baltimore Catechism worded this one part I feel like it's better.
Yeah, it's better than Trent. Okay, take it out here, put it over here. It's all infallible as long as I agree with that.
The way that the Dutch Catechism words their stuff on creation is just so great. Let me take that real quick.
Yeah, let me take that real quick.
The British Catechism has like such a great piece on holy orders.
Oh man. Actually, I like this because I don't want to read much about it, and this is much shorter.
Mr. Matthew Pleasy, great guy. You should have him on your show sometime. He's a great guy. He's written a catechism with full imprimatur called the Roman Catechism Explained for the Modern World, where he's a traditionalist as well, where he treats a lot of these things, but in the modern world setting, and he says like, how do we address all of these things? Like the fact
watch John Farrell for your morality.
Encyclical.
Remember, guys, before you go to bed with your wife, make sure you watch a John Farrell video.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44
on internet.
You know what, would be a funny troll to get some married person on Selahcast to go on John Farrell and like have them be a guest without John Farrell realizing they're watching our show. Just get this person to go on there and be like, yeah, and to make sure that we have the will to procreate, I make sure that me and my wife watch your videos before we do it, man.
No.
It really gets us ready, John Farrell. We've doing the whole series, man.
No.
Enrollment proof is the way to go, man.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, John. I have Saturday work to go do, so I'm gonna dip.
Hey, we only have 4 minutes left. How good?
Communism and all social justice warriors and wokeism. The fact that we don't have encyclicals on this, but we're talking about ecological sins. And building the Abrahamic
That's
family
the photosynthesis of all heresies.
shows you where we're at. So you need to understand good faith. And
The
final thing I'd say
photosynthesis of all
is
heresies
biggest
is
thing is
ecological
practice
sins.
humility and charity. And you do this through the normative Catholic way of frequent receptions of the sacraments. So if you don't live near a traditional Latin Mass parish, biggest tip I can.
Hey, did you hear about the material plant? Yeah, the material plant. Have you read the photosynthesis of Kaziak? I'm sorry, that sucked. I was trying to make the joke, but then I realized it doesn't rhyme.
Give is move to a place
I'm
where there
sorry,
is one.
I'm sorry, Miss Happy
And
Fry.
I'd recommend
That was
look
garbage.
specifically for a place that's going to have Mass and sacraments every day, and go every day for confession, right? And try and follow those traditional teachings of Pope St. Pius X. Have frequent communion, but live in a way where you're always going to be right now.
Can I just say, because of people like Nick, I literally have had someone go in my DM and say, bro, I don't want to be a Sadie anymore. And I didn't say, don't not be a Sadie. I said, okay, why? And then I just let him talk. I literally hate these people who are like, hey, man, let me tell you how to live your life. It's like, oh, kill me. I want to die.
I watch Selahcast. I make sure to always clarify with my audience just what a terrible person I am, so all of my advice should not be taken. True Sigma male grind said. Don't be like me. Don't be like me, guys.
Not just free from mortal sin, but purging yourself from venial sin so you can receive our Lord every day. And I'd recommend go to confession every week. And if you have to, if you're not scrupulous and you really want to tackle sin, go to confession maybe twice a week. Right, maybe like Mondays and Saturdays or something. Really tack these things in because
gets
we
mad at
need
you if
to
you
be
do
the
that.
saints that God is going to use to turn this ship around. Not just
It's not even a joke. I
turn
think
this ship around right now. Church out to my road.
And so that's what we need to do. We just need to get serious about it.
Wow.
He got so black-pilled in literally 2 years. Nothing's changed, really.
God bless you, Nick. That is...
Hey, who sneezed? Who sneezed?
Wow.
God bless you, Nick.
God bless you, Nick.
Who sneezed? Who sneezed?
That was a completely pointless and worthless interview for that literally you find every single where on the internet.
Amount of stuff to consider. If you guys want to follow along Nick, and let's be honest, you ought to. Nick is the traditional Thomist. You can find that on his Instagram. You can find that on YouTube. The link's down below to his stuff. I love Nick.
I always forget you're supposed to.
I love Nick. I respect him.
Completely, it's not necessary. I would happily take them and just move them over to yours if I could. Thank you. Please post the links down below. Also,
got a bromance with
all the
Nick
kind of stuff that we've had. This is
you know what in his pants.
There are so many other objections and questions. I think I started with like the most common, and then we're going to start kind of, as you kind of say, progressively getting to these more kind of fine-tipped points. But hey, that's more fun for you, more fun for me. If you like this, go ahead and please like, comment, subscribe. Share this with people far and wide, family, people who don't like the SSPX, people who are patrons of the SSPX. It doesn't matter to me. Just Catholics who are trying to live the faith the best way they can, even those who aren't living the best way they can. Send this video to them, please. And please also consider to check out our Patreon. You guys have the channel.
Are living their best life, but are
trying. The most important thing. Nick, will you close us out with a prayer?
Oh no!
Yeah, I'd be really happy.
Sorry, I'll do it. Oh Lord, grant us with the invincible ignorance.
He's doing it again.
I'm sorry, you do the joke, Miss Happy Fry.
No, I don't want to. I can't. All right, the litany of pride. Dear Lord, I am better than all of these. I wish they could be half as good as me, but not until they pay me on my Patreon. Grant me the invincible ignorance to do whatever I want to do, whenever I want to do it, and I don't have to follow any rules ever. Amen.
And the stream, and the stream, and the stream.